passes through one line. If you cut the line, everything collapses. Wherever you cut the line, everything after that collapses because people are thinking in single bus, not multi-bus. The cake is so huge and there are so many different aspects of this cake that why would you feel anything about what Boniface Mwangi did yesterday? Now guys are saying, oh, where is the funding coming from? Where were you, motherfucker? Where were you when this guy was formulating the idea in his digs? Bro, take whatever you think about Boniface Mwangi. Yesterday, that was a brilliant move. Boniface Mwangi, wherever you are, I tip my hat to you. Wherever you got the funding from, it doesn't matter. Bro, you could have gotten funding from the poor children of Korogocho, and they will not eat for the next 100 days. That was a brilliant move. Mukitaka kuchukia, musichukie, shauri zenyu, kumanina zenyu. That was fantastic. Anybody who was there, come jump in here and take a mic. Because we must give credit where it's due. Because if we don't, then we are killing each other. We must give credit where it's due. You may not like Boniface Mwangi, you may not like anything about him. In fact, you would be very shocked that Boniface Mwangi is not a charismatic fellow. He's not likable, even in person. He's not likable. But that's just who he is. He's not a likable fellow. So is he going to try and be likable, or is he going to produce an avenue like that yesterday, like a platform like that, where content creators can come and create content? Shit. Say what you want to say. The echo chamber is locked. Now you can come in. Vile nilikuwa na ngoma ingine kali hapa hivi nimewaekea msikize. Mtaisikiza hata kama ni 2 seconds. Busikieni. This is how it was going to go.
I'm good. How are you? Back to reality. It's true. Factory resets.
Factory yafanya reset ile.
Hey, factory resets. I saw that concert. That was a brilliant move Boniface Mwangi did. It actually brought all the youth together and they were enjoying themselves. They were now rowdy, akukuwa tear gas. Everybody was just enjoying themselves. I saw what Sanai Tande did. She actually went to the ground. She was actually crying. So it was a lot of emotion, but it was a brilliant move. And I am seeing my friend Omutata jumping on the train, because I saw him in the space in the morning when he was in Afrocentric. You saw him on the Afrocentric space. He was there like 5 hours.
No, I didn't see him. I just heard about it. I don't know why I don't see Afrocentric space. Do you think he's blocked me?
Maybe he has blocked you. Because he was at Afrocentric.
Okay.
Blocked you. Because he was there, his actual account was also blocked. Then he had to open another account when he was giving an explanation how people can go for voting without IEBC being on the picture. Because already the constitution allows people to vote because we have permanent employees, the returning officers and the clerks. All those are permanent employees, so they are around the clock. So he was actually insisting on digital voting, where votes need to be counted on the polling station. So he was trying to highlight people of how to go about it. Because he's a lawyer, I think he knows the system. He's been in the system for a long time. So he was trying to give an explanation on all that. It was a very enlightening space, actually. He enlightened so much. Then was giving us how the governors were not accountable for the projects they are doing. He had to go to court and ask for the script, which some of them were not even given, because he's actually advocating that every project which is supposed to be put on the is supposed to be a public can view it. Why is it done behind the doors? That means there's so much money which is being wasted.
No, Ali, I don't want us to go down that complaining road today. I want us to talk about personalities today. We see now you started very well with the story of Okia Omtata.
Yes.
So let's talk about now what is happening next with him, because yesterday we saw him at Uhuru Park on stage, and he was celebrated, and people now are thinking maybe he could be our president.
He said that he wanted to be a president if he's given the chance. Is if he
given
has
by who?
the same backing him. Yes.
Given by who?
By the Gen Zs. You see now people are taking advantage of whatever is happening. But keep
no,
remember.
So slow down. I'm trying to say. Yeah. So the opportunity has been created.
Yes.
Okay, so anybody can jump in. Now, Okia Omtata, let's talk about Okia Omtata as the guy who can jump in there. Do you think Okia Omtata would make for a good president?
Anybody can make a good president, because he's a guy who has fight for the rights of the system for a long time. He fought Kibaki, he fought Uhuru, and he's been winning some few cases. He's been winning all the bills which have been put in the parliament, and he has defended himself. He has defended them. He has actually done a lot for us. If you go back to the back to the book.
Yeah, but hold up. From a defensive standpoint, though, you get the difference.
Yes, I get the difference. He's the guy who brought from BBI. Was it BBI? What was it? The Uhuru Raila project.
No. Let's go back to my point about defensive standpoint, because we tend sometimes to get carried away by the defenders, but the defenders are not leaders. You understand?
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah, because there are guys who just they defend, and every time they see something going wrong, they say, "Hey, this is going wrong. Let's stop this at this point." Okay. Yeah, but when it comes to now moving like a country forward, do you think this guy would be that guy? Because there has to be evidence of not just you defending, but also you creating. A president should be a real creator, don't you think?
Yeah, it's true. He's not created anything. Because if you remember Kibe, remember when we say yote yawezekana bila Moi. You remember that election which came after that? We elected anybody who was against Moi. So we picked very stupid leaders. We picked very stupid MCAs. Everybody who came, as long as he was against Moi, he got elected. And we let out the good leaders go dust down the drain. Because they backed Moi, and that was the biggest mistake. And we are going to replicate the same thing with this movement, because we are going to vote on emotions, not logic, because there's so much emotion which is going around. So everybody who is going to jump on board is going to be our person.
All right, hold up, Ali. I want to, on that note, I want everybody to jump on that point where Ali says we're going to be voting in our person. All right, Ali, just mute your mic for a second. President Oscar Lawrence. Let's start with you, because you're also doing thumbs down 300 times. What is going on there, President Oscar Lawrence? All right, let's go to Wild. Cosmos Wild, what's up?
Kibe habari ya leo. So jana niliwatch, and one thing you have said here before I even jump on that is that Mwangi is just like Kibe. if you listen, many people were not happy with the Kibe throughout this season. So Mwangi is that guy who will do what he wants to do, what he wants to say, just like the way Andrew Kibe does. But Sultan has just said something that is very real. In the moments like this, when people want to change, the first lot that comes immediately after an evolution and a revolution is that it brings out people, just people. So the next election that might come in maybe 2037, that's when people will have come back to their senses. It is possible this time we are going to get anybody who is sympathizing with the masses. But then I also wanted to comment on something that I saw yesterday. And this proves that the governments normally create chaos. Yesterday, there was a very nice cohesiveness between the young people and the police. So and they went home. I was so scared when they were leaving. I was thinking they are even going to start chaos on the streets, and they went home. So it is possible that this coming election, whenever it will be, in 2027 or whenever, we are going to elect people, because we won't want to elect anybody who said yes. And also some people who said no, they're also going to be thrown away. We want to clean the house. And we are going to bring in some very useless buggers. And I'm saying this, Andrew, from a point of experience. I have been elected before as a member of County Assembly. And when we were elected in 2013, we met people who could not even speak in the assembly. I have a degree in finance, and I'm put together with somebody who went up to class 7, and they could not speak. They could not contribute anything. So it is possible that people will show sympathy with the masses, with the young people, and they will be elected. Let's be ready for that as we go back to reality this week. And when they were walking out, they were talking about another public holiday. We just want to know whether that is real. And the people should not even, like you have said, Mwangi has been doing his thing, and he has seen an opportunity. Anybody else who's screaming, those guys writing on Twitter that you said we are leaderless, who did this, let them also pull their thing. So thank you very much, Andrew, and also keep it up, because sometimes last week I was thinking you were together with Osama at one point. But thank you very much for guiding this space.
Thank you, my guy. Time is a perfect vindicator. Never ever panic. Never panic, bro. Time will vindicate you. Because if you know what you're saying and you stick by what is right, then it's just a matter of time before things fall into place. That Osama guy was the one who was screaming from the top of his lungs that I am the traitor. Imagine that. Imagine that guy who, the traitor himself, the one who was screaming that I am the traitor, that I have been paid. Him and fat fuck Guaido.
I almost believed them.
I asked him. I don't know. Ali, can you still hear me? I think my network got disconnected for a second there.
Yes, I can hear you, Kibe. Loud and clear.
Oh, Ali can't hear me. Hold on.
I think you have a network problem.
Oh, yeah. You can hear me now, eh?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, man. My Wi-Fi just tripped.
Can you hear me, Kibe?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
You are audible. Kibe, you are audible.
You know, Ali, every now and then his wife has to take his phone just to check out who is who is texting.
Even on time like this, Kibe, you still think.
Just to find out, Ali, are you texting somebody else that I don't know about? All right. Where are we? I don't know where the vibe was. I've just been thrown off by all this Wi-Fi nonsense.
Yeah, you were just saying that those buggers were claiming you are the sellout.
Oh yes. Remember those guys when they even held spaces, and I tried explaining myself, and they were like, no, you are the sellout, you are the traitor. All of them in one move, it was synchronized. They called me a traitor. And then in one fateful night, everybody was abducted. And I'm talking about Osama and Billy. Yeah?
And Pipita.
And Pipita, yes. And they all said Kibe is a traitor. And I was like, hey, okay. Question in itself destroys you. Because what I was asking was, who is giving you guys the instructions? We need at least to know that the instructions are coming from a credible source. Otherwise, you could be taking instructions from a child.
Yeah, maybe Osama is just like Mwangi. He's an opportunity.
And then now you saw, but then you saw how Osama delivered all, because he came into the spaces. Osama never used to hold spaces, you know that?
Yeah.
Kimuzi, these people don't hold spaces. Amerix has never held a space. Cyprian has never held a space. The first one they held was yesterday. Nani, Robert Alai has tried holding spaces. So these guys are not guys who hold spaces. And it's not a bad thing. But the first thing they did when they realized that the opportunity is in the spaces, they came and they attacked anybody who was running spaces.
What was not very good with that time is the previous night they tried to rally everybody against going for the president's space, but then they hosted him.
You guys were delivered to the president like a burnt offering. This guy brought everybody, said, the president, come here and do with them as they please. And you had Kipchumba Murkomen yesterday saying, oh, these guys all saw the president coming in and they ran away. Kimuzi held everybody's hands behind their back and told the president, do with them as you please. That's why they had to get those stupid boys asking stupid questions. Like, President, you know my constituency I come from, shut the fuck up.
And they rallied the government officers, all of them. You could see like a whole list of hundreds government people, the spokesmen, everybody was there. Even guys who cannot speak in public, like David D. All those guys was...
And then hold up and listen to this. So now when you guys, your hands were held behind your back and the president came and he was having a sparring session, because that's what he did. He came in there and he had a sparring session with you guys and you did nothing because you couldn't do anything because the people who had been placed there were like small boys asking small, stupid questions, including Osama himself.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Yeah. So now, it was a huge embarrassment. And then now we move from there. Okay? A huge embarrassment because these spaces are not run like that. These spaces there's a way we run the spaces. And then now remember the night that night nobody was talking. No government official was talking. Even the president himself had stopped tweeting. Everybody had stopped tweeting. From the moment Osama Wamandeni, he delivered you to the president. Everybody came from the woodwork. All the rats and pigs are out now, saying, even Pasaris is back, my guy.
Yeah, she came.
She's back, you guys. She's back to feast you guys. Every time you say something, Pasaris is now there. What were you guys saying? You thought you had a movement, you little punies.
So, Kibe, you're insisting they did not come over?
Just rephrase the question.
They did not visit you like they visited Osama.
How? How? Would I still be doing this shit, bro? I've been doing this shit for 3 years. Yeah, they know who to visit and who not to visit.
That was very nice.
Because for me, what I said is this: I don't want a bag. I want a seat.
Actually, what happened that previous night when everybody was with Osama and we were all listening to Osama and rallying everybody to go away. So people developed this attitude that Kibe might be the one going to host the president. So it happened that at the end of the day, Osama delivered everybody to the president, and I think he's not having it nice now. People are not back to his space, and I don't know whether he's going to recover from it. Maybe he was given something enough to sustain him for the rest of the time. And because you started hearing some people coming up with some other attitude, now the president is listening. Now we can start reasoning. So it was like it was a slaughterhouse, actually.
Oh, you guys don't know the damage of that night. You have no idea about the damage that was done that day. Yeah, you have no clue, bro. The damage that was done that day was it is worse than betrayal in the city. It's worse than I don't know whether you watch a movie called 300.
Oh yes.
you see the generals are supposed to be able to give their life to the cause. You must die for the cause. You must be willing to go down with the ship. If you're a general of the cause, you must be willing to give everything for this cause.
But then my parting shot, Kibe, will be this.
And your parting shot will be what?
It will be. I started telling you that I've been in politics, and one of the things I learned during my time in politics is that politicians are scavengers. You know, like the hyena. The way they say when a hyena sees you walking throwing your hands back and forth, it thinks that ant is about to drop, and so the hyena will feast on that hand when it drops, and you can walk for a long distance with the hyena following you. At one time, I come from Makueni, and you know the stories that were in Makueni the first time when the assembly was fighting with the Kibwana. At one time, there was this agitation that Kibwana must go. And MCS mobilized themselves and go to a particular hotel. But the two guys are not there, and they were the ones who were rallying us behind, rallying us to do this. And we later met them in the assembly, and they had spent a whole night at Kibwana's house. So this is politics, and the politicians will always want to scheme and spoil everything that is being planned, and they always get a point of doing that. I've done it in my ward in dealing with the competitions. So if you guys, if those guys are naive, they'll be schemed. That's how politics is. There's politics. The politician will see every cow that is dying, it is beef. That is meat. So they just looked at the weak person in all these spaces, and that was Osama. They have intelligence enough that he doesn't enough to feed himself, and they provide food for the day. So as you continue with this space and as you circumvent what is happening, just know that Ruto and all these other politicians are scavengers. But something that I would wish you to interrogate in the next space: why are the bloggers allied to Ruto every day saying that the DP was the one planning this and he was planning to topple the president? That might be for another day, and I would really want to hear what people say. Asante sana for giving me the time in your space.
Thank you, Cosmos. Appreciate that. Who's here? I see Hannah Ali is here. What do you think about the new direction Cosmos is taking us?
Kibe, good morning. You know, I just came to realization of people talking about you in another space, and I tried to find you. I didn't know you're a famous guy in Kenya. Oh, and I always come to your spaces. For a long time, I've been coming. Usually used to hold the morning spaces. Anyways, that's another story. Now, back to reality Mondays. Yeah, it's back to reality, but there's the Occupy MOH. There is Ruto must go still going on, kicking and alive. So whatever that was tried with Osama, I think if Osama was the leader, then those people did not show up yesterday for the Sabasaba. But the story is, the guy is very remorseful. He's saying Nisamewe. He opened a space in the middle of the night. Yada, 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 yada. And it's just stories, sideshows, you know. I don't think he was anybody's leader. I think, for me, I don't believe that out of nowhere he just happened to host the space with the president. I think he was all along planted in that. This was something that was cooked up. He was given the legitimacy and him being abducted, and all this was fiascos by deep state. That's my 2 cents. How are you this morning, Kibe? Habari ya homa imeisha?
Kaswende kisonono zimeisha. You're back online. But Sasa, my point was this, and maybe if you're a Gen Z, you can jump in here and tell me. Yeah, if you're a Gen Z, I really want to talk to Gen Zs. You see, every time we open these spaces, Gen X's and millennials are the ones who come in here. Gen Z, come on, when Gen Z jump in here. Jesse, what do you want to say?
Since I was talking to you, how do you come to the conclusion that I'm not a Gen Z? Because sikujui?
Unajua kuna Gen Z wako na their own special way of talking. Wewe ni mzee. Wewe hata kizungu yako ina sound tu mzee. Hey. Think I don't know. I don't need to even see you. Kuna vile watu wa millennials kwanza wale wazee. Kuna millennial wazee. Millennial anaweza kuwa anafika 50.
Experience is talking, eh?
Hey, bro, what do you say? If there's anything I know, is these ages. What do you say? All right, Jesse, are you there? Hold up, Hannah.
Yes, I'm here. Okay. Good morning, guys.
Jesse, hatukusikii.
Mski, nipige nduru.
Brian and Goody Juma, your network is shit. Turn off your phone and start it and throw it in the ocean and then buy another one. Maybe to connect.
Asmi na
Jesse, I can't hear
wasikia.
you.
Hello.
Maybe it's
Hello, guys.
Ali's niece. All right, let's try somebody else meanwhile. Abu Anganga.
Yes, hello, Mr. Kibe. Me, I'm not Anganga, I'm Anganga. I'm Anganga. Yes.
Okay.
What I like, kitu ya kwanza, number one, nilikuwa nimesema umetusaliti, but in real sense, you asked valid questions. Nilisikiza space yako ya kwanza, and I've been in politics for some time, and I know how this thing happens. Though I've not been a politician, but I know in politics, nothing happens as a coincidence. Like the case of Osama, even though he was not the leader of this thing, he was approached way back before. He was just working with us kwa hii journey, but in real sense, he knew what he was doing. Walikuwa washa discuss kila kitu, so ilikuwa tu just a matter of time, then adondoke. Another thing, it is also just a matter of time. People like Alai wavuke waende the other side, waanze kusupport nini waanze kusupport the government in full swing, because currently someone like Alai, he is speaking from both sides of his mouth. Another thing, there is hakuna kitu inawakisai kwa hii country, because politicians tunachagua na integrity ya watu wako hapa mbele. Almost each and every person has a price. Na hii shida vijana na mimi am a business person, niko hapa mtaani, I do events. But whatever young people are going through, ukiamka asubuhi hivi, ukifungua gates, uko na kazi ya watu 5 lakini watu 50 wamekuja. So the government haifanyi kitu ya kwanza. Let us not blame the government. Let us blame ourselves kwa kuweka hii serikali kwa power. In 2022, I worked for Westlands MP. I was one of his tuseme mobilizer. Nilikuwa kwa secretariat yake. Young people walikataa kutokea. For instance, in Westlands we had 152,000 registered voters. But mbunge alishinda na 69, wapili akafuata na 19,000. So unaona, especially the young people walikuwa wamekataa kupiga kura. Kitu ya kwanza, as young people we are the problem. Ukiambia mtu anasema sitaki siasa. Politics na leadership are two different things. You can elect a leader or be a leader yourself. Like sasa ukiangalia the issue of unemployment na pia education. Na wase wetu wenye wameenda campus, me am a college dropout. But our people who have gone to campus wanachagua kazi sana. Kitu ya kwanza, tuache kuchagua kazi. Let us use that knowledge kujiempower huku mashinani. Wacha tutangamani na watu kuchini, tuache especially watu the graduates, wache separate na watu. Tutaki vitu ya siasa ni watu wajinga. We don't want to do this kind of business. You can use your knowledge kuweka kwa biashara hata ndogo kama ya cleaning, na iko a multinational cleaning service. Another thing, Ruto ni mjanja, alikuja akatufix. Na kitu yenye mimi najua currently as it stands, watu waliconcede kwa Ruto wakati alikuwa allowed kuingia kwa hiyo space na kutupiga uongo zote. So as Kenyans, we are just on our own. Tuchukue kura. Maybe in 2027, let us elect responsible members of parliament. The buck stops hapo kwa bunge. MPs wanaletewa kitu, kama jana nilikuwa nasikiza space ya Kibe, space ya Amerix. Wanaletwa kama MP, an MP anazungushwa, yani anafanywa kama mtoto wa high school. Atunaambiwa tu 30 minutes. Inafaa kuja uvote. Ushakimbia, ujui unapigia nini kura, hauwezi oppose. Lastly, people we elect should stop being loyal to their party leaders. They should be loyal to people who elect them. Now we have to come up with a campaign, a way of telling our people.
No, wait, Abu.
Yeah.
I'm trying to correct you here, okay?
Yeah.
Let me correct you a bit, because you're saying people we elect should be. You see, right now, Gen Z don't have anybody they have elected.
They have Salassi is a Gen Z.
No. So, just listen to what I'm saying. Don't just fight me for the sake of fucking fighting. You know, sometimes you just go. Why are you going left?
Okay,
this is common sense we're discussing. Yeah, Gen Z have not elected anybody because Gen Z have not voted yet.
Yeah.
So there is nobody who's representing Gen Z. So Gen Z, don't tell them that they did not vote. It's time to tell them when they vote for their people, these are the people they should hold accountable. Because right now they have nobody. That's why the bill passed. Remember?
Yeah.
The bill passed. It didn't matter what Gen Z says. So this advising the people who you have not elected does not work. That's what I was just trying to tell you. So now Gen Z have an opportunity to put their people in there. And then when their people don't behave the way you want, the way now you saw Ruto. Ruto told his people straight to their faces, you are going to vote the way I want.
Yeah, that is very true. Now, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, go ahead.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Now, what I'm urging the Gen Z, number one, let us let them find a way of identifying people who will represent them. Number two, voter registration inaenda kukam. Let them come out. Let them come out in large numbers. Wajiandikishe kama wapiga kura because they have the power, they have the numbers, so that they can elect responsible members from the responsible people from the president to the MCA. Thank you very much for this opportunity, for giving me a platform in your space.
Thank you, Abu. I appreciate that. Thank you for indulging me in my nonsense. Yeah, but Gen Z are actually a very, very, very special group of people who have gotten the whole country to its knees, and they don't even have representation.
Yeah.
You see, before when Akina Ruto, Raila, Orengo, Shikuku, when they were doing this, they were all members of parliament. They were agitating from inside. You know that? Samuel, what do you have to say? Jesse, I can't hear you.
Kibe,
Jesse, drop off and come back.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Samuel.
Kibe, you see, last week, thank you for being here, by the way, and thanks for everybody for find time kubonga about politics. As much as things zimebongwa, as much as things zimesema, last week we said about to decide kupata leaders. This cannot go for long without identification of leaders. This is a natural selection. Leaders wanajitokea into these things. We have rallies, we have events. The idea, we don't even have oversight of anything. The reason kukuwa na party, it's not being loyal to the party. It's being loyal to the ideology that the party represents. Unajua tunataka to change this, but what's the ideology behind this thing? You have to have a leader when you're ideology. That's why, even if, for instance, Baba ende, his ideology inabakia. You can't say that with any other politician. Saying Gen Z need to elect people, they first need to identify ideology yao iko wapi, and which members when you want idea to that ideology. That ideology changes over time. So kwa saizi ku identify what leaders wako, because the party ni kusimamia oversight. See it because anyone can be elected, or they go there and they want to change the tactics, everything inakuwa vice versa. I'd rather have kwamba each and every individual to find a way ya how do we identify leaders, by the way? Kama si hizi rallies, una speak according to issues zenye ziko according to that particular time. The issues we have right now ni issues ya structuring of the administrative state. Tukiwa positions zingine zimekuwa huko for long, hazitusaidii, zingine ni unconstitutional. So what kind of system do we have? Is it the liberal way of doing things? What is this? Adaptation of what? Conservative some parts hapa na liberalism at some parts hapa. Okay, tax system yetu ni aje? So educating ourselves kwa constitution that we already have inasaidia along the way. Kwanza kujua, like we just said, the rules of engagement wakati things happen before na after. What really happens police encounter na wewe? What actually constitution inasema inafaa ikuwe hivyo? We live in a society whereby kwamba Kibe umetumia Safaricom 30 years but hujai buy stock of Safaricom. Umetumia Kimbo, umetumia Vaseline, umetumia Del Monte, umetumia these products, umetumia every particular thing. But at ourselves, we can't engage na ku raise anything up, as in to informed on the wrong things, manze. Now politics in a circle back around to the same ideology. I'd rather have few tujielimishe on the model that tunataka kukuwa na this leadership formed for, so that if anybody ana fail to meet these standards, then we find a leader mwenye ata thrive to get it. So that's all I can say, Manzana. Thanks for the time.
One thing. Hold up, Daniel. Daniel.
Okay.
I cannot stand that. I cannot. Why would you unmute your mic? Why? What's the pressure? How does that make any sense? You're on the speaker panel already. If you want to speak, just put up your hand. You'll be given a chance to say whatever you have to say. Why would you unmute your mic and become a disruptive fellow? I've even forgotten what I was going to say. God damn it. I was going to have such a wonderful point. Samuel, what was your last point? Just let's go back to that last point.
So Kibe, the last point was kuwa na ideology whereby that the party this Gen Z will have to acknowledge kwamba for you to be in a ballot, you have to have a party that will present in that.
For
you to have
perfect,
that party,
perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you for reminding me. So the whole, what you have to expect at the beginning, right? At the beginning, when there's no real strong leadership, is that there's going to be a lot of jostling. But this jostling is good because then you tend to find out who the real agitators are, the real agitators for change. Okay, and you know which position to play them. Now, if you've ever had to employ people, because many people who talk about, oh, we need to get good leaders are not employers. Many people who say, oh, we need to get good leaders, and now it's time, next time we're going to vote for good leaders. Those people have never had to employ anybody. Anybody who's an employer will tell you, finding people who are good is the hardest thing ever. Finding people who are good is the hardest thing ever. So when you say we need good leaders, where are they coming from? Do you guys have a bucket somewhere or a basket where you normally go in and you dip your hand and you get good leaders? Because even this whole revolution has shown you that some of you are not good leaders. I mean, you guys might forgive Osama, but his credibility has been shot. You're never going to trust him to watch the meat. Him and a hyena, there's no difference. That should tell you, imagine one person out of the way. You guys are trying, remember what you did to Caliph Cairo. Caliph Cairo was supposed to be the good-looking side of this revolution. The man who has access to all these cars and planes and nini. Imagine that would have been the face of the revolution. You guys bent him over and fucked him in the ass. And then you're talking about good leaders. Where are the good leaders coming from? The other guy who every time he sees a camera, he starts licking his lips and goes in there and sabotages the interview. Good leaders. The revolution is here, and already there are cracks. That tells you how difficult it is to find good leaders. So it should not be something you're taking casually. Because you guys, every time I tell you need to find yourself good leaders, you tell me, oh, we don't need leaders. You do. It's not something that you take casually. It is the only thing that matters right now. It is the only thing that matters right now. It is as good as getting a good botch. When a woman has a child and she cannot get a good house girl, she's less productive at the office. You guys know that. So you need to understand what you're playing with. There are so many facets to this game, and everybody can play a part. But you need to start to identify who these people are. There's too many for you to continually, casually assume that this issue will sort itself out. It won't. Because now what's going to happen is, and this is what I'm telling you, what's going to happen is anybody who tries to present themselves as a leader is going to be shot. And once they are shot, they will never come back. And if they do, they come back as an animal. The way the MP is going to parliament. When an MP is going into parliament, by the time he's getting into parliament, he already hates his constituents. Why? Because he knows what he had to do for them to give him that seat. He hates them. So any moment, any chance he gets to feast them, he feasts them and over again, in anger especially, because he knows what they made him do for them to give him that seat. I'm in my imagination. That politician, by the time he's sitting on that seat, he cannot stand his constituents. And he says, I will take all the money from CDF and I will drip it to you slowly and slowly. Every day when you come, I'll give you 100 here, 200 here, 1,000 here. But 90% of this CDF belongs to me because you guys fucked me. So that's how guys are getting into politics in Kenya. So don't wait for your guys to go out there and get bitter because of you having killed them at the beginning of the revolution instead of supporting each and every person who comes up with an idea. The government blogs yesterday. Did you see what the government blog is yesterday? Did you see what they did when they saw Boniface Mwangi's successful event? Now they started questioning the source of his, the cash. Where is the cash coming from? How did you pull this off? And you, who are on this other side, instead of seeing that as an attack on one of you and blocking that attack and saying, hey, we were there, you guys are like, oh, let's see how this plays out. How is that guy ever going to want to fight any other fight again? Samuel, what do you want to say before I bring in other people here?
So Kibe, I want to echo exactly what you just said. You know, the structural position in your leadership really matters for this movement. You know, we can echo this so many times, but without that being functional, kwamba leader anaweza chukua responsibility ya kufail, kuogopa kufail ndio inafanya all this inakuwa possible. Mtu anaogopa kufail, anaogopa kuteka chance, anaogopa kuchukua kwamba you see, humor me with this position. So tukisema structural positioning ya leadership kwa this movement, tunaongelea about decision making authority itakuwa inatoka aje, connections za different stakeholders among these positions. Kumbuka kuna different positions kwa government, unaona, which zinaingia with a structural understanding that we sisi tunafanya. For instance, kama mtu anaishi in a region, for instance kama hapo Emba, or any particular region, if you start small, like I said, regional politics ina sustainingi kubwa sana, ina expand with young people concentrated in regional which is more urban. These young people wako more urban in every region in iko. Now changing the politics of how urban in a work will actually affect the way the entire system in a work. Itakuwa affected in this manner, as I suggest. The positioning ya county, that should be already be occupied. Now the ideology yenye sisi tunataka kupush along, the ideology ni kwamba if young people wanataka to make a change, you understand how the government works, understand power works. If you respect that power, you understand this is not just about kushake a government. Umeshake matunda imeanguka kabisa. Believe me, you haven't done anything to a tree. This positioning inafaa kuwa structural leadership ni kutestiwa. You see, being tested so many times inaleta a good one, but to identify, like Kibe amesema, identify individual or position ya any particular place ya hii system hajakuwa framed clearly kabisa. There is no framework ya kusema this is how tunataka ku structure position ya how do you understand what positioning do we want to occupy in the government? Ukika preso, then what about the other the other positions? So I can add to that, and among other things, as conversation in Endelea. Thank you.
LJ, are you there?
Yeah, Kibe, I'm here. First of all, thank you very much for giving me a space, to speak. I just want to, add on what Samuel said. When we all began this, the fire was really up. But one thing I knew for sure is that somebody will fall because we all trusted bloggers and we all put our hope in them. People we've never, first of all, we've just been reading their tweets. We don't know who they are. Me personally, I was following everything I was following the tweets, and I could relate so much with what they were saying. I'm a Gen Z, and I wanted to come out to go to the streets to picket, to make a lot of noise and everything for the finance bill to be dropped. But deep in my heart, I knew somebody will fold, because first, we were dealing with people who are paid to say what they say, to write what they write. And we never knew who, personally, I didn't know who will fold. When the suspicions came, even you, Kibe, you are one of my biggest suspects. I knew you will fold. And I said, when you were questioning the issue of, who is producing those, the writings and everything, I said, oh man, Kibe has fallen for these guys. But now, what surprised me is nobody wanted to take ownership of the movement. When Boniface Mwangi, Babu Owino, and all these activists went to Citizen, nobody wanted to claim leadership. Nobody wanted to stand strong and say, okay, guys, this is how we are going to organize this, this, and this. And no, because they were not sure maybe that Gen Zs will back them up or anything. Because right now, all we are trying to identify with is somebody who is fighting for what we want. Like literally, somebody who is identifying with us. That's what we want. That's why you're seeing Omtata dancing. I've never seen Omtata anywhere dancing the way he was dancing yesterday, and so happy because he has the support of these guys. That's why. That's the reason why you see Matiang'i also was pulled from nowhere. We don't even know where he is. Dragged into this for president, because we are trying to identify with somebody who can fight for our cause. But now the people we had, even in all these spaces, that's why I don't blame so much Otero. I was broken, yes, but I didn't expect much from him, you understand? Because these are guys on the space, they get paid for anything, and they get paid to say what they want to say. But nobody wanted to take ownership until now. If you ask Boniface Mwangi that, are you the leader of these guys, he'll say no, because he doesn't want to get, because many people will say they are not identifying with him or the youths and everything. And that's what the government did. They separated us, and ruled. Very sad. But now the temperatures are down, yes. But if we get just some small trigger, all of us will be back in the streets. That's what's happening. And yesterday was a proof that something can bring us together. And that was a perfect thing by Boniface Mwangi, by the way. I always don't hold him so high, but yesterday, what I saw, the organization and the planning of everything, that was so brilliant.
All right, thank you, Aljame. Appreciate that. Jacob Odada.
Good morning. Sorry. Niko na kahoma. Disclaimer number one.
Unataka tufanyaje?
Kuna
Tufanyaje?
Haina noma. So disclaimer number one, I'm a millennial. So, but I think sisi kama millennials na Gen Xers, we are gatekeepers. We suffer from serious cognitive dissonance, and that shows in our lack of understanding of what Gen Zs are doing right now. Right now, if you pay attention, you'll notice there's one thing. They're only asking for one thing: accountability. That is why even within their ranks, they are smoking out those people who've been paid. That's why even they even went to the extent of the person that we thought is really our person, like Sifuna, wamemwanika. They're not holding any prisoners. All they're simply telling you is that if you choose to take public office, be content with your salary and do service delivery. Contrary to that, tunakuanika, and they are doing that. They are not they don't care political affiliation, nini. They are just asking you service delivery, accountability, and they are holding even themselves accountability. So we are getting too bogged in this discussion of leadership. I think they're fine the way they are. Bottom line is we need to stay on our toes. We need to be alert. It needs to get to a point even that MCA in Uko, where I come from, Karachonyo, will be alert, and he knows that all of a sudden akiingia hivi and then all of a sudden anaendesha Prado, he'll answer to where he got that Prado from. Basically, he has to be accountable, because the biggest problem in Kenya is that the people who've always been the wealthiest are the people in politics, not people who are in industry or people who are in things like agriculture. So, and I think Gen Z is on. They're doing accountability. Sisi kama millennials and Gen Xers, the best we can do is be allies. Let's be their allies. Let's support them. And amongst us, they will identify those of us who they feel articulate their aspirations, and then they can even support us. But my prayer is that they understand their power, and moving forward, number one, they register to vote. Number two, they carry out the civil education they've been doing, like the way they did for the finance bill. Sometimes we forget even the role of the MP. The role of the MP is not to bring for you development. The role of the MP is oversight, legislature, and representation. So I think we need to get to a point where when we start telling MPs, Akuna CDF, we don't want you to bring us a road where you go oversight the national government, make sure that our taxes are used properly. We don't want your money during a harambe. We do not want you to do anything for development. Fanya kazi yako, enjoy mshahara yako. Because one of the reasons why MPs also have agitated for higher salaries is because of this. They say that they are expected to perform development duties, contribute to Arambes, contribute to bursaries. And you also find that MPs also are in bed with the executive. So we don't have separation of powers in Kenya. So I think my plea to Gen Zs is they keep this holding the rest of us accountable, keep us on our toes, and most importantly, carry out the civil education so that we understand who does what. Ndio tuachane na history ya kuexpect MCA ajenge barabara, because hiyo barabara MCA anajenga ni pesa yako yenye amekuibia. That's my submission. Thank you.
Oh, I was trying to multitask here. God damn. Yeah, okay. Duke.
Hey, Kibe morning. Unanisikia?
Nakusikia fiti sana, endelea.
Yeah, it's a cold morning here right from Kericho, yeah? So thanks for the mic.
Mwalimu.
Yes, Mwalimu from Kericho here.
Uh-huh.
Yes, now, thank you for giving me the mic, Andrew Kibe. Here in Kericho, we did the protest. I was part of the front line. Even if you check my profile picture, we were in the front line. We really rejected finance bill, first and second protest. And then Kericho turned out to be a bad place again, because after we finished, our politicians, led by that Senator Aaron Cheriot, who was talking very well in the Senate, went paid some goons 1,000 bob each, and they came and erected the wheelbarrow just a day after we finished our business. So we went to an electioneering period or campaign mood, because they just came after us. There were so many guys paid, and they were singing reject Gen Zs. They erected a wheelbarrow that we had pulled down. And still the Gen Z message is very clear. We are not relenting. The governance of this country must change. So fast forward, we started well. The messaging of the Gen Zs was nice. We are not anti-government, as some people might want to insinuate. We are pro-good governance. That means we want good governance for our country, regardless of who is at the helm of this country. At least our message was clear: say no to corruption, wastage. But then when you check the current MPs, those greedy MPs, they want to push an agenda that there was somebody who was behind the Genesis, which is actually very wrong. And because I'm a teacher, I would speak directly to the JSS issue and even the primary school issue. You will find in Kenya the ratio of pupils to teachers. You go to a class, a primary school, you find a teacher is teaching 55 learners, one teacher. Then where is the quality of education? So those are the kind of conversations we need to have. But the members of parliament are saying somebody is behind. My member of parliament, Nelson Koech, was in Kapkatet over the weekend. And he was asking in Kalenjin, why is it that it's only during the William Ruto's era that these things are coming up? We are not against, even this thing did not start at William Ruto's era. It started a long time ago. We backdate all these politicians. You find that when corruption was happening with the Eurobond, William Ruto was the deputy president. Kipchumba Murkomen was the majority leader. Aden Duale was a member of parliament. In fact, the majority leader. So we are backdating these politicians. We are saying that this is the story of the monkey and the forest. The entire political establishment is a very corrupt establishment. And that is why we should overhaul the entire system. All those MPs and everyone else should go home. Look, for example, someone like me, I graduated in 2019. Up to date, we are now in 2024. I don't have a government job. Then you'll find somebody like Silvana Osoro goes to a village in Kisii, a funeral somewhere, dishes out TSC confirmation letters. That tells you we are a failed country. And the weakest link in the fight, I just woke up, I found out that the Union of Doctors has cancelled the Occupy Ministry of Health protest. People are forgetting KUPPET, NAT. NAT, since the exit of Sosion, nobody thinks about NAT. You see, the current SG or NAT is in bed with the government. KUPPET is in bed with the government. These unions are the weakest link. And Gen Z should come up strongly. It's good that some of us, we are Gen Z and we are now part of the establishment. At least we should take over strongly and give out our message even to the unions that it's not business as usual, where somebody becomes a leader of a union, goes down there, leads a union, eats with the government. That's why we said we are leaderless. I even wonder why you guys are punching Osama. We are leaderless. Why do you have to punch Osama? We are coming up strongly even after the Osama incident. Finally, the president came to X on Friday, and he's just talking. He's just looking like he wants to look like he's solving our issues, but that is not solving our issues. He's just doing a little or even no action at all. We should see him dissolving his cabinet. Someone like CS Ezekiel Machogu is not dynamic. That's a retiree. He served as a civil servant. He came now, after going for retirement, he wanted to be an MP, then now he's a CS. How can a 65-year-old be a CS of a very dynamic education system like CBC? Right now, Kenya is in a mess. The education system is in a mess. The primary school teachers are in direct conflict with the secondary school teachers at the JSS level, where we have a head teacher who trained in college as a primary school teacher, heading even the junior secondary school teachers. You find that the content in the junior secondary school curriculum has, for example, music. Music is not taught in the university unless very few specialists. So music is taught to the primary school teachers. Music is in colleges. And you send an agriculture biology teacher to JSS, and then in JSS there is music. And the P1 teachers are not allowed to get to JSS. So you see the kind of confusion. CS Machogu is not solving any of those. He's just moving around, dishing out letters in Kisii. The president doesn't seem to listen to any of those things. So Kenya needs to be reset, and the conversation is nice. The only concern I have before I finish is about the Ruto must go issue. The Gen Z should understand that if we say Ruto must go today, then we have a country. We might lose the country. We might slide back to anarchy. Then the Ruto must go issue will only come at the ballot. We should encourage all the Gen Zs to take a vote, to take IDs en masse. We have our candidate, a clean candidate, the like of Okiya Omtata. Let's take the vote. Let's vote in 2027. Because if today you say Ruto must go, we will lose the country. There will be anarchy, and then there will be civil strife, and we'll not have a country. Children will not go to school. People will not sell in markets. Everything will be in chaos. So at least the message should be we should not lose the country. We should say no to bad governance, but only through the ballot. Thank you, Kibe. Thank you. Thank you.
Jesse, are you back?
Yes. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us. So what's in your mind?
Okay, good morning guys. Salamu za muhimu kwanza. Hope mko poa nyote. It's a Monday, a hell Monday, whereby nobody loves Monday. Whoever loves Monday is either dating a workmate or is stealing from workmates. So probably me, I don't like Monday, even if it was when I was at school. Okay, where's this guy called Duke? Kwani Duke ameenda? There's this question nimetaka nikumuuliza akisema kwamba when we say Ruto must go, we are going to lose our country. How? We got a military. They will take over as we are still planning whom we are going to take him there or her. We cannot lose our country, as you are telling us now that to condemn to we don't want a bad government. Like how? We want the Ruto to dissolve all the cabinet kama tunataka country kuwa mzuri. Reshuffle won't help anything. Lakini mtu kama siezi Nakhumicha atafanya nini na yo sijui diploma ama degree yake wakati ako ever confused na sijui shift what NHIF time unasikia hata NHIF haifanye kazi. Hiyo sena mnabo millennials simtusaidie. There's no way we are going to lose our country when Ruto goes home. Lakini nyinyi mnajua ile asiresi wasi tuko nayo. Najua sasa si ni jinsi wale tulikuwa shule wakati wa Matiang'i, wakati exam bana unafanya nikao una sweat hadi haga we bana msitulete. We want him to go home. Aenda danganya familia yake, watoto wake, mke wake. Tumechoka na uongo wake. Hey, uongo imezidi. Hey, hadi Zuwe na Diamond ya kuchange hivyo vile Ruto amechange bana. Ruto aende home, Sugoi si mbali, mzungu alirudi ukoloni. Huko kwake si mbali. Arudi huko, adanganye watu wa kwake, familia kwake, hatumtaki. We want those leaders that they will be accountable of our country debts. Si mtu aenda akupe madeni huko hivyo hata tujue alifanya nini, amefanya vitu zake, amenunua chopa, amefanya nini, alafu baada anarudi atu Wakenya tutalipa madeni. We want to know. Tukilipa deni tunajua deni gani tunalipa. First thing that we want to know, tunataka tujue tuna madeni mangapi, tunadaiwa madeni mangapi. Ndipo sasa tujue tunalipa how much. Si kwamba tu like
Jesse.
Yeah.
Duke yuko hapa, hebu ongea naye.
Duke, niko na hasira na wewe. Umesikia?
Yeah, true. I'm hearing what you are saying.
Usiniambie tu kwamba we are going to lose our country. How? Tell me. Just answer my question. How are we going to lose our country? When you tell us that we don't want a bad government, alafu hawa say bado wako huko ndani. Unafikiri ukifanya tell me.
Yeah. Fast forward, let us agree that you have said a good thing. The cabinet is inept. It is not qualified at all. It is the most incompetent cabinet I've seen so far. Then the president we should push for the president to dissolve cabinet. We should push for the president to put austerity measures, real austerity measures. We should put to the president that he should stop lying. But then if
hiyo ni kitu wacha tunakwambia ukweli Duke. Ruto hawezi, msemaji wetu udanganyifu hawezi. Promises. I'm too tired with his promises. Guys, Ruto tumechoka na yeye. Hawezi dissolve, my friend. He said that he's going to reshuffle. When he said that he's going to reshuffle means atenda exchange tu yaenda hapa, yaenda pale na atawa manipulate bado. Wacha tunakwambia ukweli. We want all those people to go home. Let us start afresh. Wacha tujue tu sasa hatuna president, we want afresh so that we can have somebody that mwenye hata akienda pale tumfinye hata wapunguze mishahara zao so that we can be able to pay those debts. Hasa mtu akikwambia ati because we have withdrawn the financial bill, now I'm going to borrow 1 trillion to kwanza ndio tuondoe kwa madeni, ndio anaturudisha kwa madeni ama anatuondoa kwa madeni? You guys, Duke, niambie to my friend, tell me how are we going to lose that country? We are not going to lose it. We got a military. They can take over within 6 months. Tukitafuta msee ataweza kutusaidia huko mbele. Don't tell me that he will dissolve. Ruto Ruto mwenye anatuita criminals, treasonous because ya kukula mchele kule parliament, ndio ule tu ndio alikuwa yeye. Si ule Ruto ameongea kwa space juzi na kina Osama. Si yule Ruto alikuwa anaongea vitu gani? Ule ni Ruto ambaye alituita criminals and treasoners. Let him go home please. Wacha tu aende. Mungu akitusaidia aende tu. Ni hata nikiamka asubuhi nipatane breaking news. Amelisa naweza tembea hadi soko mzima naweza jua kweli nilikuwa nataka Ruto aende home. Don't tell me that you will dissolve. You can't dissolve. That man never. Sijui kama mniambie kama mna uhakika anaweza dissolve that cabinet. Mimi nisikia kusema atashavel. Kushavel hizi tusaidia. Can you imagine the senators mlikuwa naona tu Edwin Sifuna mzee wa kwetu wa Bungoma Western. Sikujua ataweza tufanya hivyo. So those leaders, they are not there to serve us. They are just there because of their interests and their families and their stomachs. We should know that. Sasa tu kutaka angushe financial bill. We want him to anguke chini na financial bill in the home. That's what we want. Na sijaichukua kura. Na hiyo ndio big mistake I made. I'm going to take a vote on 2027. Kama hataenda home, itatulazimu tumpush tu afanye vitu tunataka with the time mpaka 2027. My friend, hata kama ni pesa wachana kupokea pesa, especially hao mama zetu, baba zetu wenye wanapewa 100. Omwamike sio amekuja happy 20 atupatie 100, 200. You are voting a bad person in the government. But then sisi tunaanza kulia. Mzee anakonjeka kanza, inafikiri tujue vile anatibua kanza ama kulipa taxes huko. Duke, ni mwanaume mkono. Tell me, what do you want to tell me?
First, it looks like William Ruto is not understanding the citizens at all. He's not understanding the Gen Z message. Yeah. In fact, to talk about the budget, when he was in the round table with the media, he said he will have to cut on some. No Gen Z said don't employ JSS. No Gen Z said that. No Gen Z said do not build roads. No Gen Z said do not bring water. No Gen Z said do not build schools. Gen Zs were talking about wastage, corruption, ineptitude, or incompetence. We were talking about the employee JSS. So when he brought that matter, I was even shocked. He was like, talk about a country is informed by. I was in Kericho in 2007. I was in grade 4. 2007, I was in grade 4, and I was in the tea estate. And you find that in the tea estate, most of the people who were working here were non-locals. So when the violence broke out, many people were displaced who were not coming from Kericho. Let's say non-Kalendis, for that case, were displaced by the people who believed the victory of Raila Odinga was stolen. So they had to come out and displace people. I saw it with my own eyes in my childhood. Imagine a grade 4 looking at adults and people sleeping in a playground or a classroom in a school or a church. I saw that. I don't wish that our country will go that direction again. That is why I'm talking about a country. I'm one person who witnessed first-hand violence being unleashed on innocent citizens. If that is what will cost our country, let it stay. Up to when we have votes and we vote out this guy. And you discover also he's a democratically elected president. So at least the only way Gen Z can fight clean is to push now and wait with our votes. We vote out the entire system. That is, in my opinion, because I don't wish that we lose also a country as far as we are pushing for all that. And talking also from as a front organizer of the demonstration in Kericho County. Even if you check my profile picture, you see we organized that. We want good governance. But that notwithstanding, we must also take care of our country. I hope you understand now my background when I say we can slide into anarchy. It's something I've witnessed before, and I don't wish it on any Kenyan to do.
Okay, thank you for your opinions. Tunashukuru kila idea kila msee. What can we like a question those MPs wale wabunge sina hata benefit yao. Look at that guy mwenye alikuwa anatuambia ati I was just sleeping and I heard my name being mentioned and I voted yes. What do we need such people like him in the parliament in the first place? Tunapeleka wase wenye wamechoka na stress zao, wachukua wamewakula vichwa huko nyumbani. Mke sijui amefanya nini, wamekorogana, anakuja pale anaanza kusinzia. We are telling ourselves that we got people who are going to lead us. Msa anakwambia tu hata ako tu na audacity ya kutuambia kwamba I was just sleeping and then I had my name being mentioned and I woke up and I said yes. Like seriously? Na pia anapewa mshahara. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, finally, I want to put my closing remarks. You know, the problem is the system. In my village, when people saw my photos being in the front line for the demos, my own grandmother called me. They are very, you see, we have people on the ground who are very indebted to these politicians. They worship them because of the culture of handouts. You see, in Kericho County, we have a notorious member of parliament called Nelson Koech. Nelson Koech does not even sell his manifesto. He comes, he says, weka laini, anachapa kila mtu 500. Clean, hakuna kuongea. So women are so indebted. Women, old men in the village, they are so indebted to these politicians. So we have a systemic problem. We have a lot of groundwork to do as agencies. We have a lot of ground to cover when it comes to the education of these people. Like I told you in Kericho County, just after we finished our demos, we did 2 demos. Then just 2 days after we finished, people were erecting a wheelbarrow at Kericho town. And I was so mad at these people because every time you speak against bad governance, they think you are speaking against their leader in quotes, now William Ruto. Or even the members of parliament, I heard people talking about members of parliament voting yes. And also ODM, I discovered ODM also was doing a mistake. How? If you punish Gideon Ochanda of Bondo for voting yes, also as a party you are interfering with the member of parliament. Remember, our message is we want non-interference of the legislature. So if Gideon Ochanda of Bondo sees the finance bill and thinks it is the right thing for the people of Bondo, he has a right to vote yes without interference from his party. If a member of parliament from Ainamo Yorbet sees that bad for the people, he has a right to vote yes without interference from the party. You see, even what ODM is doing is wrong. Because when you tell an MP, why did you vote yes? Still, as a party, you are interfering. We want an independent legislature. We want MPs who can reason and say, oh, this thing is not good for our people. Look at the robots of Kenya Kwanza. They voted yes right across Kenya. And that is why we are saying we don't want leaders with a tribal connotation. Those who walk around with a kingpin connotation, those are the people who are taking us back. So the entire system is actually rotten. I get what you're saying. Starting from MCA, now you go to the ground, you want to vie for MCA.
In 2027, feature ID yake. Please, feature ID yake. Don't feature na nini kadi yake ya kura. We want to know who is wrong. Because some of our parents, they are voting with the emotionals. And when you do something with the emotional, you will regret for it. Baadaye. Hata kwa relationship
Jesse. That's a bad idea.
Yeah. No, because we are suffering because of them.
No. You're not suffering because of anybody. You're suffering because of yourself. So it's time that when you wake up, you change things for yourself. Don't go forcing people to do what you want them to do.
Kibe, nikwambie kusema tu ukweli. Mimi kwetu mamangu ndiye alimpigia Ruto kura, nikamwambia mom, what you are doing? Mimi si niko poa.
No.
Okay.
Jesse, I agree with you. I'm just saying, sasa wewe umeamka?
Yeah.
Mama yako kama bado amelala, si wacha alale.
Okay, ni sawa basi. Another question I want to ask na mnijibu. Tunataka IEBC ikuwe built afresh.
Hapana. Just hizo discussions, I'm not having them today.
Okay, fine, thank you. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nawaambia jinsi we are leaderless for the time, for a while hatuna kiongozi. Na another thing, mambo sijui Osama anunuliwa alifanya nini, yeye aligo personal individual na mambo yake, tuchane naye, tusimwangalie. We can do it in our own, as long as you identify who you are and what you want for this country and what you are fighting for. We are all killers, yes, in real sense we are all killers, but it depends what we are killing. We Gen Z, we know what we want to kill, not what Ruto want to kill. Another thing that inatuma si Gen Z,
No. Jesse, Maliza story. You cannot have endless stories, Jesse. Okay, Maliza
okay.
story. We have so many people waiting.
Okay. Nimeona Mkenya ameinua mkono, sija nataka kueleza nini, but that's my opinion and that's my idea. Kama Mungu atusaidia with the time kukuwe na good governor, I will appreciate. I don't know, but 2027 we know what we are going to do, guys, and me.
All right. Kuna mtu akona swali hapa, leo si question and answer. I gave you guys the right direction at the beginning. Today, I don't want you guys to come and say how, Ruto or the government or Kibaki. No, those are good things. They sound good things, but there's no action behind the message. So at the beginning of the conversation, if you heard me very well, I was congratulating Boniface Mwangi. I was telling Boniface Mwangi, congratulations on another wonderful event. He was able to pull off one of the very good events. You would need people who are organizers like that. The problem with this movement is that the movement is looking to kill anybody who comes up. But there are so many different aspects to the movement. You need a PR person. You need the face of the movement. You need the people who organize concerts like Boniface Mwangi. You need the assassins like Guaido. I don't see Guaido's part in this whole game. Guaido is just a leech. Guaido is like one of those guys who have been caught in between the government and the new wave. So Guaido is right in between there. He doesn't know which ass to kiss. Does he kiss the movement's ass, or does he kiss government ass? Because remember, he's tried to be in government. So he knows all it takes is one phone call. So Guaido is sitting by his phone. He has 600 watts of battery charge. What is it called? That thing you carry around just in case your phone goes off. This guy bought a Starlink. He's walking around with a Starlink in his handbag. That's in case the president calls and tells him, Guaido, what are we going to do about this Gen Z movement? Guaido is going to be like, President, just tell them I'll be arriving at gate C. I mean, Guaido is waiting for that one. Yeah, we know that. Someone like Robert Alai. Robert Alai is a Gava guy. Let's just be honest. He's a Gava guy. Robert Alai is being paid by Gava. So it doesn't matter how much what he thinks of Gava, he's a Gava guy. He's already in Gava. Good to see you, McKenna. What's up? What's on your mind?
Kibe, on Ruto's space, when Ruto called Alai mheshimiwa, Alai karibu atoe nguo bana. Alai ni kama he gives in to the highest bidder. So seems to Gava, he can be anywhere, but you give him money. Sindio Kibe?
No.
Serious.
You have to know. You have to know system products, okay? So system products are the ones that align with the corporates. Yes, that's why you saw many of these people who are paid by corporates are unable to completely say, Ruto must go or reject finance bill, because they are being paid by the corporate which is in bed with the government. Yeah, that's why this movement was not. They didn't really feel it, because for them, Alai is one of them. Alai wants to say all these things, but he knows at the end of the day he has to go collect a check from the bazaar at City Hall that has been signed by Sakaja, who is.
Yeah,
are we together?
and that's exactly what I've said. If he's the guy who has raised from making money from either the opposition by attacking government, or from the making money from government by attacking the opposition. So he's a business, he's a political businessman and a blogger.
Yes. So these are just opportunists. Whichever side, whoever pays him the most.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was very shocked that people were following these bloggers who we know are paid bloggers. You see, as long as you know there's evidence that you're being paid.
You don't belong here. But again, Kibe,
you have no allegiance.
Yeah, but you know, this movement, what I've noticed is that if you agree with us, you are our friend. So we work with you, but we trade carefully. So anyone who agrees with the movement is our friend. It doesn't matter, even politicians. That's why the likes of Okiya Mtata, we've seen what he has done so far, even before being a senator. He sued the government more times than any lawyer in the world, and he's not a lawyer, so he's done his best. And when he comes on spaces, he advises young people on what to do. What problems are there in government, what policies work, what will not work. He has experience in that, and I think he plays a part. So him being at Uhuru Park yesterday, I don't blame him. It's just there as someone who supports the movement. It doesn't have to be their leader. And Kibe, I wanted to ask you something. Why do you want this movement to have a leader?
You see, I don't want it to have a leader. I just want you guys to declare who the leaders are, because the leaders are already there.
I think anyone is a leader. You can come up with an idea today.
No, interrogate. Listen, let's have a conversation, McKenna. Yeah, let's have at least follow me for a second. I know you don't like to follow me, but just follow me for a second. Just for 1 fucking second, pretend that there was a part 2 of that useless question of yours.
But I already follow you on X, Kibe, so I'll follow.
Yeah. You see, you and your stupid jokes. You see how puny you're trying to be.
I'm following. Let's go.
What I'm trying to tell you is this, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is a very powerful movement here. It's a very powerful movement, and this movement has leaders already.
Mm-hmm.
So the leaders have been in the fringes and in the back streets and everything, but the leaders exist. There's no movement that can be leaderless. That doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
Yeah, because even yesterday when guys went to Uhuru Park, it was Boniface Mwangi who put that shit together.
Yep.
Yeah, so the stronger the leader, the stronger the movement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, but again, you guys are assuming that you're going to get leadership like the way the government has leadership. No, this leadership already exists. That's why when Osama went and introduced and killed spaces with president, everybody was like, hey, you betrayed us. Because Osama had come out as a de facto leader. Kimuzi came out as a de facto leader. Boniface Mwangi as a leader. What's his name now? The fat fuck is called who? Guaido as a leader. The old man from Toronto came out as a leader. Miguna. You came out as a leader. You are giving instructions, McKenna. I remember you giving instructions. So you guys are the ones who are saying we don't need a leader, yet you are the leaders. Because you are enjoying being the leaders of the ones you're telling are leaderless. But then there's no growth there because all you're doing is looking to kill each other. That's why when Cairo came out as a leader, you guys killed him. I will never forget what you guys did to Cairo. It's the same thing you guys did to Eliud Kipchoge.
Kibe.
So now you say, hey, we don't have a leader, but this one here, let us assassinate him. And you guys assassinated Cairo's character in one night. And then you come back and go back to this cocoon of, we don't have leaders. No, you do. And the problem is, as long as you guys keep hiding behind the shadows, this movement is going in the wrong direction. So come out clearly and declare that, hey, these are our leaders and this is our agenda. And moving forward, these are the guys who are going to represent us. So that now at least they are deliverables.
Kibe, what the young people are looking for is not leadership. The young people are just looking for transparency, accountability, and rule of law. You
From
know,
who?
from the government.
How? How are they going to agitate for this if you don't have someone who is representing you?
Everyone
Because
is
this is good. But once Boniface Mwangi gets tired of doing these concerts, or at least when that momentum of the concert dies down, the momentum of the going to the streets dies down, because it has to. It is not sustainable. It is good to agitate for change and then put in your representatives to keep pushing the idea. Then these people are the professionals who keep running with whatever ideas Gen Z had to make sure that the real change is followed up by the action that took them to the streets. But without that, then it will just be every now and then when you guys get agitated, you go to the streets. But there's nothing real behind that. That's why even Nani, someone like Kipchumba Murkomen is laughing because it's like, oh, that was it. That was your best blow. That's why these guys are coming back from the woodwork. Pasaris wasn't tweeting shit. Pasaris was hearing of Twitter, and her sphincter goes back all the way into her stomach. But now these guys are back because they've realized, oh, you guys don't have a structure. So we can come in and take out anyone. They'll come in and pick you, McKenna, destroy you in our eyes. Because there'll be nobody to stand for you. Because nobody says, hey, stop this. Aren't you seeing that already?
I totally understand where you're coming from, but it's good that way because when they come for an individual, there will be many more left. If Boniface Mwangi stops organizing events today, someone else will organize them tomorrow. Otero stopped.
No. That is bullshit. That is bullshit.
Wait,
McKenna, that is bullshit. Because you guys need to have, like now, McKenna, you have a shop. You sell electronics, right?
No. Let's distance politics from business, Kibe. We are doing politics here.
No. Don't tell me what to do. You have a shop and you sell electronics. You know how important it is to have the right person at the shop. I have businesses. I know how important it is to have the right person. We can't just assume that killing our generals, that some new generals are just going to pop up from nowhere. That is bullshit, McKenna.
No, Kibe, it's not a business. It's not a war. This one is totally different. In any
what is it? What is it? It's not a business, it's not a war. What is it?
It's a movement for liberation. The young people just want to
liberate this movement does not operate like any other movement before it. This movement is just amorphous. This is the first movement of its kind. Because all I'm telling you, McKenna, and this is why you're getting in your feelings, because you guys are the de facto leaders, and I'm talking to you, McKenna, directly, because you were the beginning and you enjoyed that leadership. And now you don't want to share that leadership with the people who really it belongs to. Who are the Gen Z? Give it back to them and tell them, run with this. But this, you must create a structure for. If there is no structure, it's going to come crumbling down. You think someone like Boniface Mwangi to organize whatever he organized, you think there was not a lot of strategy sitting down, coming up with all this shit? You think he just woke up one day and said, let's meet tomorrow at Uhuru Park?
Of course, there was a lot of planning that was involved. But look, having leaders is to mean that, for example, if tomorrow we manage to get Ruto out of State House, the leadership will assume that they're now in.
No. Let's stay in reality. Let us stay in reality. Stay in the reality of things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because this is a fantasy that you guys are putting in heads of other people. Say, oh, like for tomorrow, for example, let's say we get Ruto out of State House. What are you talking about, my guy?
You know it's possible, Kibe.
No, get out of your imagination. Let's go to reality. Stop lying to these people. Tell them the truth. Tell them what is possible and what is not possible. And stop enjoying, because you guys, what you're doing is this. You're telling them don't have leaders, and immediately you tell them don't have leaders, you give them a set of instructions.
You know, if you have listened to spaces and TikTok lives and any conversation around this, these people are not taking orders from people above them. Anyone comes up with idea, anyone is heard. You know, there's no authority, Kibe. So if we relied on Osama and said we can only we can only join spaces hosted by Osama to discuss the next move, then what would have happened when Osama was bought? That means there are no spaces. So that's why I can decide to host a space. The other day, I think it was last week Thursday, I hosted a space and there were over 500 people joined and we had a conversation. Anyone can do that. People are hosting spaces all the time, you know, and having a conversation and discussing their way forward. We don't have to wait for anyone, right? People are going to churches and they raise the flag and rant and say whatever the message they want to pass. Doesn't need leadership to do that. People are doing it from anywhere. We did it in Melbourne. We didn't need any leadership, and everywhere people are doing it without any leadership. Now, if you so far this thing has achieved a lot, Kibe. If you count what they have achieved, even today I just saw Sifuna's tweet. He's apologizing for supporting the that motion that concerning the the that bill about conflict of interest that is in the Senate that he voted yes for. But because of the pressure that we do here, to you having lacking leadership, think we're doing not doing much, but it's already achieving a lot. Politicians were not
No,
allowed
no,
to
no, no, no,
criticize
no, no,
it.
no, no. Hey, don't say things. I didn't say that. I never said anything like that. Because you guys have been
Yeah.
putting words in my mouth of shit I didn't say. I didn't say anything like that. I
Okay.
said you already and hold up. Just mute your mic because I let you speak.
Okay.
Because you already have the de facto leadership. You already have the people who are giving the instructions. If you do not interrogate these people who are giving you the instructions, then you don't know what will happen next. Like when you saw what you saw with Osama. Yeah, everybody gave their allegiance to Osama. When he came in as an assassin, everybody went to Osama and said, "Oh, Osama, where are you taking us?" Osama took you to the slaughterhouse. The same way, if you look hard enough, you'll find that all these leaders are eventually going to take you to the slaughterhouse because you are afraid of interrogating the people who are giving you the instructions. It's simple. If you're going to give me instructions, you better be the person who's right for the job. So why not ask those hard, tough questions? Because there is nothing like leaderless. I wish I could agree with what you guys are saying, but I can't. Because it does not make any sense. There has never been, even when you go to Somaliland today, in their worst of times, you will find there's still going to be a general there, a lord there, and somebody there. There is no vacuum in leadership. And now what's going to happen is the people who have taken it up upon themselves are going to go and monetize it. So the whole, and they'll monetize it for what? Like now, someone like Osama, how much do you think he was paid? He was not paid much. For him to betray this whole movement, he wasn't paid much. Simple. What money do you think he was paid?
Maybe 10,000.
Bro, even though it is a mic, imagine a mic for you to betray this movement. So, how much do you think someone like fat fuck Guaido is worth? Because Guaido is already there. He's already sitting there telling the government, please make a phone call to me. I am ready. Someone like Robert Alai, how much do you think he's worth? Robert Alai has never even been part of the movement. So for me, when I look out from my vantage point, with hindsight 2020, looking into the future, what I'm telling you is, guys, hey, listen. I can see a problem here. So you better fix this problem before it takes you guys out. Simple as that. Why is that a problem, McKenna? Because you guys are the ones who are saying we don't have a leader, yet you're the one giving the instructions. There are like 7 or 8 of you.
You know, no. I'm not part of the leaders. So the de facto leaders that you are referring to. But look, Kibe, the problem is we have seen this fail before. We don't want to fail that way. And if people decide that this is our leader, trust me, people are going to be divided and say for example, we endorse Boniface Mwangi as leader, our leader today. There are people in the movement that do not agree to Boniface Mwangi, and they don't want him to be the leader. So that what happens? Some people will side with Guaido, some people will side with Boniface Mwangi, some people will side with you or whoever is in the movement. So then it's better that way. That if you think Boniface Mwangi is doing a better job and you're following him, if you think Hanifa is doing a better job, if you think Francis Gaido's rating is good and you think he should be the leader, it's better that way. He's your de facto leader. Whoever you think is your de facto leader, let it stay that way. But the movement goes on. We keep pressing, we keep injecting until the government gives in.
Hold up. McKenna. Mariam.
Yes, Kibe, good morning.
What's up?
Sorry, I'm good. I had a question for McKenna on this leadership issue. So for a minute, I've seen the Gen Zs guys in the Gen Zs movement have been saying that they don't have a leader, and they've rejected many political leaders who've tried to come to support them, Babu Owino included, who actually jumped over the parliament gates for you people. So you've rejected all these people, including the politicians. But my question to McKenna is, who approved Omtata? Who approved him to be your preferred presidential candidate? Who approved him to come for the concert? How did that happen? Because people like Kidogo, because people like Matiang'i had been floated and they were rejected. So you need to ask yourself, who approved this person to come to the concert? And the moment you find out who approved him and who actually floated the idea to a point of people accepting him, then you will know who your leader is.
Mariam, I don't think Omtata has been approved. Just like people fronted Matiang'i and was all over social media, and people did not agree. Some people did not agree. There was a lot of division in that, and he was still to date. There are few people who think Matiang'i should be the leader, but it's so anyone will come up with anything, So the same way, some people think because Omtata has been very instrumental in the movement, sharing ideas and all that on the spaces, people think he's the right fit for that, but it's not been approved by anyone. So even if Babawino showed up yesterday at Uhuru Park or Sifuna, people would have welcomed him. So anyone who believes in the movement, anyone who supports the movement, is a friend of the movement, we work with you for as long as we can work together, but you're not our leader. So it's the same way. Tata is not anyone's leader. No one has approved him. Even if election were held tomorrow, you cannot be guaranteed that he will get 100 or even 60% of the votes. We work with him. It's a convenience, a matter of convenience. We're working with everyone who believes in the movement.
McKenna, how many times have you guys, rather how many spaces has Omtata been present?
Quite a lot. He's joined quite a lot of spaces. And
no, forget about joining. I'm actually, because I know he's been there listening. But what about active participation? Would you know?
From the start, even from the start, reject finance bill. He was there rejecting. Even before all these protests.
You're not responding to my question because I know there are many who have been rejecting.
Yeah.
But I'm just asking you. You're talking about him, for example, being on the spaces. Would you know how many spaces he's actually attended and participated in?
No, I don't count.
Because I know there are two. One was for PP and then the one for yesterday. And then the reason why I feel like, no, I think you're either being disingenuous about your sentiments of him being approved by the bigger majority of the Gen Zs is because you can just see on the TL what's happening. And like Matiang'i, who was actually rejected straight up on the spaces, and I remember very well, I've attended so many of these spaces. One thing that has been made clear is there is no politician who will be allowed to speak in front of us. There is no politician that is in front when they're going to the streets. Forget about the spaces because I'm seeing they're infiltrating the spaces pole. There is no leader who will be allowed to be quote unquote part of us. So even someone like Salasia has spoken on some spaces, but you've not seen him being fronted as a leader. But if you look at the TL yesterday, and McKenna, if you look at the TL objectively, you will see that majority of the people have actually accepted him. And for the people, I saw one of his cousins or something trying to shoot him down, saying that the guy was not good, blah, 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 just selling some agenda, again, a separate agenda. The guy was totally shot down by everyone from the Gen Z movement. So you just need to look at the major people who are supporting this Gen Z movement. Look at the person that they're actually fronting as their preferred candidate. And yet Umtata has only spoken twice. That one I know for sure.
No, he's spoken.
Well, McKenna, I think wait, McKenna, I think what you're doing is either you are refusing to see what is really happening, or you're part of what is happening, so you might not want people to actually, and I'm not accusing you might not want people to actually know what is truly happening behind the scenes. But whoever is fronting Omtata right now is your leader. Maybe you know it, maybe you don't know it, maybe you're just being ignorant of the fact. But to me, I can see clearly that there's a leader somewhere. That's what I wanted to actually comment on.
I do not agree with you, Mariam, but that assume the leader that you are saying, whoever is fronting Omtata, the moment he is called to State House for a handshake, the people will distance themselves from him, and they'll move on with the movement until their demands are met.
So, McKenna, another thing that shows me that there's a lot of either ignorance or games in this movement is that you guys are insisting that you're leaderless, that you have no leaders, that you're planning to front, and yet you're planning to eject leaders. So how can you eject leaders without actually having a plan of who to replace these leaders? Why is your focus on the leaders if it's true that you guys are leaderless? Don't you think that there's someone who has some vested interest at the back of this movement?
We are very democratic, Mariam. When the leader is ejected, there will be an election, and Kenyans will elect a leader. We believe in democracy. We're not going to. There has to be a general election.
What would be your criteria of choosing the next leaders after you eject the ones who are there?
Sorry?
What would be your criteria of choosing the next leaders when you eject the ones who are actually there?
The young people, if you've been listening carefully, they are going for integrity now. They're not going for rich people or people who cause chaos like before. They're going for someone who has a good track record.
Okay, so give me 2 or 3 examples of a person who has a good track record, is a person of integrity, and is not a person who is quote unquote wealthy. Do you have any 3 examples out of the previous candidates?
That person could even be me, Mariam. It could be you. You present yourself, sell your agenda. We find out about you. You get a certificate of good conduct. Ethics and Corruption Commission clears you. You come sell your agenda. We know who you are, where you come from, what you've done, and we elect you. These young people are woke now. They're not fools anymore.
Okay, so to me, I still believe you're playing political games, and I mentioned this I mentioned this on. Sorry, this is the last thing I'd say. Whoever is speaking, I mentioned this on this very space, that the moment I saw people focusing on the leaders more than what the real issues are, and the real issues that you guys are trying to front are corruption, misappropriation of funds, things like that. Yeah, the bloated government, for example, that's a very major issue that you guys are complaining about. But the moment I saw you guys are saying, you're not telling the president, and you had an ear with the president, you did not ask the president, or rather you're not even pushing to ask the president, when are you reducing your cabinet? Give us a timeline. Instead, you're saying, remove these people, we replace them. So it means that you're not even looking to solve the issue. You're looking to replace the issue with other people. It does not make sense, McKenna. And sometimes we need to be honest in these conversations. If your issue is a bloated government, then what you need to be pushing is for the government to be reduced, not for you to remove the people who are there to replace them. So how will you have solved the issue? When it comes to integrity, how can you talk about integrity when the system is already broken and it allows people to be corrupt? Why aren't you choosing to fix the system and to fix the loopholes that are allowing corruption? How can you say that you're going to remove these people and bring these other new people who you're vetting through good conduct to a system that is already broken, McKenna? I think we need to be honest in these conversations.
No,
There's a
but
political agenda. There's a political agenda behind this movement. But you guys, someone has hidden their hand. You're not just seeing it.
Mariam, for example, almost 70% of the cabinet, those people, we know them. We know Aisha Juma ordered the killing of an MCA in coastal region. We know this minister for agriculture was had a case, a rape case. He had a case, almost 3 cases, corruption case in court, even when he was appointed. So there was already, people are not implementing Chapter 6 of the Constitution. It's already there. So the system is not the problem. It's the people in charge of the system. So when you see him appointing all these people despite their past history, just rewarding loyalty, then you're like, you're part of the problem. You either fix this or you also live with them. And him replacing those cabinet ministers with more competent people who will manage the docket. If a more competent person, if he appoints someone else and those people are corrupt, we are here again to call them out. Just the way we have called out the Senate for voting yes on a bill that is about to allow them to trade with the state. So we are just calling things out that this here is a problem. We point it out, we press inject until you drop it and make the right decision. Even if one of us, one of the Gen Zs becomes president, the same pressure, unless we apply the same pressure, then they will relax and not deliver. So I think it's good that way. Let people keep pressing.
No, I do get you, but let me tell you, McKenna. So okay, now you see the direction you're taking is a totally different direction, because you can challenge the president or the government by saying that, you see, there's Obado, there's all these people who have cases in court, some of them actually murder cases, and constitutionally they're not allowed to be there. So you can push for these particular people constitutionally to be removed. But when I hear a whole movement saying that all the MPs need to be removed because they voted yes, make it make sense, McKenna. Because now you have grounds to remove some particular people from government because constitutionally they're not allowed to be there. But now when you go and say that we need to remove these people because they voted yes, is that an agenda that you're pushing?
Mariam, it's not just voting yes. We have seen a lot of corruption even with the CDF money. We have seen that the parliament is not independent anymore, Mariam. It's more than that. And when they are removed, they can go back to their people. If their people believe that they actually have their interest, then they will vote them back. So it's not about just yes, no, it's more than that. There's a lot of corruption. They have come out to confess that they were paid to vote yes. It's in public domain. They've come out to say how they hurriedly push an agenda. Some of them, like Sudi, misses almost 82 sessions in a row and is still there. How is he representing the people of his constituency if he's missing parliament sessions? Some of them say they were sleeping and they had their name being mentioned. So they're not doing their job. They have failed. We are here because they have failed us. So it's more issues. It's not just yes, no. The same way we have a problem with Ruto, it's not just because of the finance bill. There are more issues than it meets the eye. So when people go back to seek mandate from their people to represent them, the people will evaluate their performance and decide whether they should vote them back or not. I'm gonna have to jump out. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Kibe. I'm gonna have to jump out and go for dinner.
McKenna, just before Kibet says bye to you or whatever, McKenna, I think you had me speaking yesterday on some major issues that are affecting, for example, the county. So my worry is, are guys focusing on the wrong people when it comes to who is failing? We just start from the county level, then you go to the national. Are guys focusing on the wrong people, or are people targeting specific people because of the financial bill? You're angry at them because of the financial bill, and you're ignoring the people who are actually failing you when it comes to corruption in your own counties and country. Because that for me is, I feel like guys, think guys are targeting the MPs because of the finance bill. Your anger is still on the finance bill. But you're forgetting that you've mentioned corruption and you've mentioned the governors and all that. That's where the problem is. So I'm just challenging you to kind of think about why you're really, really targeting the MPs. For me, I think it's still vendetta about the finance bill. But if you look deeper, there are people that actually have failed you constitutionally, and you can actually go for them. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying that I think that there's a hand being played at the back of the curtain somewhere, but you all are blind to that hand. And that's why Kibe keeps insisting there's a leader somewhere who's giving you instructions, but you guys are actually either blind to it, or but you're just ignoring it. And another reason why you would know that is because when you ask many people, okay, fine, why do you want the IEBC to be reconstituted? Some people will not even tell you why. They don't know. It's just because they've been told. They've had people saying IEBC, so they're going with it. If you ask them, why do you think your MPs need to be removed? The only reason they say is because they voted yes. They'll not give you any reason beyond that. So McKenna, it means that yes, the instructions being given by someone. You just need to open your eye to know why are those instructions being given to you. What the agenda. So thank you, McKenna.
And Mariam, someone like McKenna is a bottom feeder, so he doesn't really know where the instructions are coming from. But what he does, he can dandia the movement. That's why with his small Australian dollars, he can send back that money and give instructions to people in Kuria district. The real questions like, hey, where are the instructions coming from? Simple as that. I know. Thank you, Mariam. Thank you, McKenna. Lee, before I go to Lee's, Javan, you came running. What did you want to say?
Thank you very much, Kibe. And I think also part of guys who are proponents of this, that there's nothing like a leaderless thing. That leaderless thing to me, it doesn't end up, because every day we are getting posters saying that, oh, you need to go to occupy this, you need to go to this place. That tells you there's someone who is pulling the strings. Therefore, we cannot sit here and listen to people telling us that they are leaderless. They are leaders. Yesterday, we saw what Boniface Mwangi did. That is a leader. These guys have been following Osama and Kina Kimuzi. They are leaders. So in their own capacity, there's someone who is making these people go on the streets. There's someone who is making these guys feel agitated. And I think what they need to do as the Gen Zs and the millennials and everyone who supports this movement is to give these people a mandate. For now, we have leaders, but they have not given them a mandate. Therefore, there is nobody to hold them to account. If today Boniface Mwangi decides that he will not hold any concert going forward, nobody will ask him a question because we didn't tell him to do that. If Osama decides to go to State House to dine with the king, nobody will ask him a question because we didn't give them a mandate. And from where I sit, I was proposing, if I was the one to tell this Gen Z something, they need to come up with they need to give these people a mandate so that they can ask them questions and hold them to account. If it's about coming with a secretariat of around 5 guys or 7 guys, people who they know this is a command center, this is where the information is coming from, to avoid all this confusion. The reason why these protests are losing momentum is because they are divided. They have no target. Some people are saying we are occupying State House. There's a team saying they are going to occupy Parliament. There are guys saying they are going to occupy MOH. There are guys saying they are occupying everywhere. Therefore, there is a lot of divisions and small segments that are pushing different agenda. That is why there's no common ground. That is why people are divided. But if they had a group of people who they have entrusted the leadership, that would have made a lot of sense. And let me tell you, Kibe, these people saying that a leader will be compromised or a leader will be bought or a leader will do whatever, all their insecurities, because these people, they have so much insecurities. I don't know where it is coming from, but they have no problem with Boniface Mwangi when he brings up a successful concert or something. If today they have a secretariat of 5 people, waseme, these guys are the one who are representing Gen Zs. We have vetted them. We understand them from their past. These are people who have been pro-people. Those people will have so much power, such that if they enter any government office, useme mimi ni secretariat wa Gen Zs and their movement, my friend, will be accorded the highest respect, and nobody will ever think of tampering with you. Those guys will never be abducted. If those kina Osama have been given mandate, hata hangeenda your state house. If Boniface Mwangi today agepewa mandate na Gen Z, hey, guy, you are the face of this revolution, no politician would joke with that kind of a fella. Wow, politician watakuwa wanamwogopa. That guy would be coughing and the whole country would be listening to what they are saying. So this insecurity of telling us that, oh, you remain leaderless till the dunia gives you whatever. There's no leader who is coming from heaven. You utilize what you have. And if you remain leaderless, you'll keep injuring the soldiers who are in front line. Today you will attack Kibe. The other day they were attacking Kibe. They were attacking everybody. Miguna is here. Everybody will come and you will attack them. At the end of the day, these people will retreat, go back, retreat, go back. Everybody who tries to come up, unagonga kichwa, anarudi. Kairo alikuwa hapo, akagongwa kichwa, akarudi. Osama ndiye huyo, kichwa nani. Everybody, ukitokea tu hivi ukae kama you have some powers, una consolidate some support, unagongwa. Where will you get leaders? Will you remain segregated? Will you remain lost in the wilderness with no common agenda? And I think going forward, these people should have one agenda. One agenda. Unajua, the movement, the finance bill, it was successful because it was about the finance bill. Now they don't know what they want. Mara register IBC. Mara need. Why can't these guys have one common ground? If it's Ruto must go, then focus on that. You cannot be saying Ruto must go, but on the same case, there are people who are saying dissolve the cabinet, or reshuffle the whatever, or bring back whatever is doing nani. Wafula Chebukati nani. Oh, this kind of confusion. That is why the government has been able to neutralize this movement. That is why today politicians are back, fire blazing on internet, saying all manner of things, because they have realized you people don't have a command center. You people don't have people who you listen to. You are just saying you are leaderless. So tutakuwa tunachukua. Tukiona Javani amesema kitu poa, tunachukua, tunaondoa kwa movement. Makena akisema hivi, tunaondoa. So you need people who you can hold to account, people you can ask questions. Ili kesho Hanifa akichukua pesa, you can ask her questions. Don't hold someone into account if you have not given them any mandate. And I think by doing so, this movement will be able to move forward. But remaining leaderless, hapo, I don't understand where it doesn't add up. I think at the end of the day, they need leaders, because as they are saying, we need to take voters cards and voters. Who are we voting for? Who are we voting for if Gen Zs have no umbrella of their own? That is what I've been suggesting. Going forward, these movements should have their own political party, because we cannot rely on political parties that are a problem to this country to give us the right people. The Gen Z should come up with their own political umbrella that will sponsor Gen Z like-minded individual to parliament. We can't rely on ODM to give us a Gen Z-minded individual. We cannot rely on UDA to give us a leader who will take this country to the next dispensation, because they have failed. We need people who will be loyal to the cause. People will be loyal to the cause of this revolution. You see, that is why today I have no problem with Peter Salasya when he says all manner of things, because he is not loyal to the Gen Zs. He is loyal to his party. Jalango is loyal to ODM. So we need something that will make people who will be elected to power to be loyal to this cause. Therefore, I suggest the young people of this country, the Gen Zs, and everybody who supports this revolution to come up with their own political party that is ideological based, that is tribalist, a political party that will be there in 2027, so that when unasema Babu Owino must go home, give us are we replacing Babu Owino with? Which party are we supporting? An ideological based founded political party that captures the aspirations of Kenyans. Because what we have, the political parties that we have, they don't capture the aspirations of Kenya. These are parties that are there to make profit. These are parties that are there to ditch the party nomination certificate to people who hero worship their party leaders, to people or to the highest bidder. That is why we have been having all these problems. That is why the parliament has been a praise and worship, choir. They sing praise and worship to their party leaders. Those in Azimio, they worship Raila. Those in Kenya Kwanza, they worship Raila Odinga. Therefore, it has never been about people. That is why I'm saying if it's about people, if it's about good leadership, then we need also a party that will bring good leadership. We cannot talk of good leadership minus political party participation. Therefore, I think that is what the Gen Zs should focus on, and I think that will be much better, going forward, and bringing change that we really need in this country. And finally, I suggest that we need also to have a constitutional amendment. Hii process ya recall member of parliament iwe simple. Tukiona jamaa hafanyi kazi, tunamtoa mara hiyo hiyo. Thank you, Kive, for the space.
So, the issue with all these things that we're talking about, like now making it easy to recall a member of parliament, all these things we're talking about, there's always left and right. There's always you and there's them. So when it's not you on the seat, it's very easy to say things like those. But when it comes down now to deciding, because again, remember, we have established that leaders are very hard to come by. Just from this movement alone, you guys have seen that it's very hard to come by good leaders. Because this movement alone, and I can probably see why Gen Z are scared, because for them, they don't see any honesty. That's why they are saying, we don't want any leaders, because there's no honesty. They can already see it. Because if there was honesty, I mean, they are gravitating towards Okiya Omtata, because Okiya Omtata seems to be honest a little bit. There's a history of him fighting for people. So imagine they're gravitating towards somebody who fights for the rights of other people, who defends, who's the defender. That's how bad things are in Kenya. We have such a need for good leadership that now we are gravitating towards defenders. Defenders don't make a country. Defenders are good, but the defenders don't build a country. And I'm not saying anything against Okiya Omtata. He will probably make the best president. I don't know. But I totally understand why Gen Z are scared, because they have seen the lies. They have seen the lies in their parents' eyes. They have seen the opportunistic nature. Every time one of us comes up to try and tell them something, they can see that we are there to grab their attention so that they can give us this, what do you call it? This endorsement and say, it is Kibe who's going to lead us now. No, I don't want you guys to think that way. I don't want you to think in terms of coming from a negative point of view. I want you to think that, hey, once we elect our leaders, then we protect whatever it is that we send out there, we protect. In the olden times, a messenger was to be treated like a king because he is the voice of the king. So whatever belongs to the king is going to be treated the way the king would be treated, because you are part of the king. So these leaders or these representatives you guys get, this is for you, Gen Z, these representatives you are going to protect them so that they can go represent you without fear. Because now imagine you send someone like Khalif. You send Khalif, you tell him, Khalif, go to KTN and talk on behalf of Gen Z. Khalif goes there on KTN. In the comment section, you guys are killing him. By the time he's leaving KTN, he's never going to want to do that shit again. He's going to be like, fuck you guys, I'm done. Jack Olang, what do you want to say?
Thank you. I wanted to, sorry I was on a call, but I wanted to say a bit about the leadership and the confusion around it. I understand where people who want a physical leader coming from. It's a historical thing. Even Israelites wanted somebody they can touch, I think people who are clung on, we want a physical leader suffering from Raila Odinga, mentality. So people still want a Raila Odinga in the current generation. This movement is led by an idea. Okay, we are about an idea. There are things we want to see done. So let's just slow down and clamor around the idea. Let us push the idea that we want good governance. We want this country to move forward. If there is supposed to be a leader, then there is a process of choosing a leader. At the moment, we are pushing for accountability, right? So we are about an idea, not leadership. The issue of leadership has a laid down process. Anybody who wants to be a leader, there is a procedure. So for now, it's about ideology. We are led by an idea, not a person. We are led by an idea. Only that.
Jack.
I'm here. Thank you.
Jack.
I'm here.
Yeah. Stop moving around. Are you using headphones?
I've just unplugged the headphones.
Yeah, just unplug the headphones, then you can come back. There's so much background noise there.
I'm here. I'm not clear.
So, which ideology are you talking about?
Okay. So we want, number one, good governance. Okay. We want people to be accountable. If there is a CS somewhere that is supposed to do his work, then we want to see that guy doing his work, not walking around flaunting his possessions and
I get that. My point here is this: that all these ideas that you're putting forward are coming from someone like you or me, Sindio?
Yes.
And then people pick those ideas up and hashtag them and push them, whatever. But the ideas are generally coming from Olang and Kibe. And then somebody takes a poster and puts it up in the poster and says, "This is the ideas now. This is who we are." Or how does it work on this other side? Because what I'm trying to say is this, and maybe you guys are not going to be right. I'm trying to say that as long as they keep pushing just mute your mic for a second. So as long as they keep pushing the idea in your head that it's leaderless, then they can sneak in their agendas in there. Okay? Because it's leaderless. So they'll just sneak in an agenda here today. Today they'll have an agenda. You had even at the very tail end of this thing, the way Miguna was sending instructions. Miguna was going for people who had fucked him. And he was now putting that in a tweet, and then at the end adds, "Hey, remember, we are leaderless, fearless, partyless. But meanwhile, this guy's number is this and this, go assassinate him." You guys saw that shit. He was able to use that for his own personal gain. He was settling scores. Same thing with Guaido. Settling scores. You can see him settling scores, goes in there. Same thing with Boniface Mwangi, settling scores. In there, settling his own personal scores. And then he comes and tells you, "This is all we want. We want this and this and this. And meanwhile, we want the cabinet dissolved." Whose score is that? Because how cheap are you? How cheap was it when Osama was bought? It was very cheap. It was not even a good buy. But as long as this movement, you keep insisting it's leaderless, then the de facto leaders are the ones who are being used to sell the product. So the product now has become the Gen Z movement. Anybody who can go in there, buy a few of these leaders, change the conversation.
Okay, can I jump in? Can I just say something?
Yeah. Go ahead. And hold up. After you're done, Engineer Shitote, just jump in.
Okay, now let's take, for example, this guy, Osama, and that he was bought. Nobody has facts, right? It's just a presumption, plus a couple of others. And you have seen them discarded from the movement. You have seen them sidelined from the movement. There is another clique that will come to sell the product, as you say, and assign themselves de facto leaders. They will pay them, and then they will be sidelined again. The circle will go on. Okay, you get the guy who thinks he's a leader, and then you buy him, and then we sideline him. The movement continues. That's why we say that it is an idea led and not a person led. As much as you want to you want to have a person so that one you can assign him advantage and disadvantage. When you have assigned him advantage, it will be good. But when you start assigning him disadvantage, then you will get a point of beating and knocking this guy down. When you have knocked him down, you have knocked the movement down. That is why we are insisting that the idea, you can only either side with it or take an opposite direction. So as much as we are led by an idea, we can all hide behind the idea that as we want good governance, right? And if you want to counter good governance with another ideology, then you can sell your idea. But for us, we want good governance, not Okia Umtata, not Kibe. We want good governance. So if you are Kibe, you're in the office, we don't have a problem with you, as long as you are championing our ideas of good governance, ideas of taking this country forward. We don't really care, right? We actually don't care about your past. We don't care who you are. We care about the idea.
Thank you,
That's it.
Kibe. Kibe, it really amused me when you bring in this issue of leadership. People keep on just running around the bush, and I think some people have a way of shielding us to discuss things when it comes to leadership of this movement, and they have a reason of doing that. We should know that revolutions have happened across the world, and a good example of a revolution that is same to the one in Kenya happened in Ukraine. You see, Zelensky became a president on the grounds like the grounds that are in Kenya. But because at that, just because of at that time, there was no one to come up and lead that revolution in Ukraine. Zelensky popped up, and people had picked him. Those people who had interest, they know if we pick Zelensky, put him there, we're gonna do whatever we want. Now Ukraine doesn't have a country because of a leader. Back to our Kenyan revolution. See, Kipe, I don't know where I saw this, but you said, is this revolution to an extent being controlled by the president? I'm starting to think like you, because there's a wing that has a tendency of misleading these Gen Zs, so that the president can have his own way to maneuver and throw away all the people around him by now in the bus. And then there is another faction that has realized that there are people working with the president. Now the faction of Boniface Mwangi. They have realized if we joke with this revolution, it will go back to President Ruto. That's what alluded to what is happened in Uhuru Park yesterday. Then someone like McKenna is trying to stay away from this leadership thing, but yesterday in Uhuru Park, each and every statement ended with the word Ruto must go. Right, you want Ruto to go. Whom do you want to replace that Ruto? You have to have a mechanism. If Ruto goes now, Who will you put there to run your errands? So when Kipe talks about leadership, let's support him and let's have a discussion. As soon as possible, we need a leader for this revolution. Because people have a tendency of telling us not to talk about it now just because they want to hijack it at the end. People like McKenna, we know you guys, you want to hijack this movement and you don't have that interest of all the people. You have interest of the few. So we have to talk about this and we have to sort these things of leadership of this movement once and for all. Lastly, you cannot align an army to go to war without giving the sword. We all know the sword that is required to deal with a politician. The sword is the voter. How many of you guys are voters in Kenya? That's the question I'll continue asking you guys. If we don't talk about it, we will just perish and this revolution will be like just a movie and then it goes on like the way we used to see those series, then they disappear. We have to talk about this. Thank you, Kipe.
Asante, Engineer. John William, are there?
Kibe, thanks. So to me, the idea of we are leaderless is indoctrination at its best. I believe that is how the instructions coming from. Because if we were leaderless, if this movement was leaderless, as we are saying, where are the instructions coming from? That is where the leader is. That is, the center of power in terms of what we are talking right now, if you ask me. And one man pops up, that is Boniface Mwangi. But if you look at it through the other lens, you'll realize that it is not even Boniface Mwangi that is trying to sort of hijack this thing. There are some forces because many people are saying, oh, the president wants to hijack this thing. Politicians, you hear people saying politicians, but it is not just. You guys remember that Boniface Mwangi was Martha Karua's sort of campaigner, so to speak, during the campaign. Boniface Mwangi sort of was for Martha Karua to be the deputy president. So it's not that Boniface Mwangi is someone neutral or someone who just came up yesterday. This guy was in 2022 general elections. He was supporting Martha Karua. So if Boniface Mwangi is the one calling the shots, then definitely there are politicians behind him because the rallying call has died. Reject Finance Bill has died. What people are their masters, and I'm talking about Boniface Mwangi and Hanifa. What their masters are trying to tell them is mobilize these people, keep them busy until 2027 if we cannot manage to get Ruto out of office right now. So to me, I believe someone wants to hijack the movement, and that is Boniface Mwangi, if you ask me. And just a message to Gen Z: we are in a political war. You cannot be playing basketball when people are playing football. You cannot go to a political war. You want to fight a political war as if you're fighting a different war. If it's a political war, you have to fight it through the political way of fighting political wars. That is what I can say.
And it's like I've been hearing them saying, oh, we need to reconstitute IEBC. If I'm the president, And there's a whole new Gen Z movement that is threatening my presidency. And the only way that they can get more wings is by me reconstituting the IEBC. You think I would? You think? I mean, you guys are telling the person you're fighting against to play fair. That's what you're doing. You're telling them, oh, play fair, play fair, play fair. No, bro. The ref was looking that way. This guy took a seat, hit you on top of the head, and now you're on the deck for the 3 count. Mariam, what did you come here running to say?
Oh, now, lakini the IBC issue is funny because the president already committed to it, and I know he committed to it. I think he's supposed to work on it tomorrow, if I'm not wrong, because he's gonna do it and then ask them, and then what? What next? Because he knows they don't have a plan after the IBC. And I came back to say something. I think I was adding to what you were saying. There are 2 reasons why Gen Z are refusing to front a leader. And I see people already in the comment section saying that we are working for the government. That's why we're talking about leaders. But no, that is what you always fall back to. Now, they're refusing to pick leaders for 2 reasons. One is that if someone says they're the leader, they're going to be taken by the government and killed. So it means no one is really willing to die for this cause. No one is convicted enough to fight for something and die for it. Now, that is already a very big issue. Number 2, they're refusing because they're saying that the person will be compromised. So when you say that if you pick a leader, the person will be compromised, it means that we actually have a cultural issue when it comes to integrity. So why are you agitating to change leaders if you know that it's a cultural issue, the integrity issue? Isn't it the time for you guys to actually pick someone, bank on him? Let's see whether people actually have integrity in the country. And I do get your point, Kibe, when you're talking about someone like Cairo, though he's way gone now from the movement. Cairo has already said, he has explained how he made his money. We know what he does. When he was challenged on his ethics issue, he actually put up $1 million for anyone to come up and say, these guys sold me a bad vehicle. So that's a guy who actually has ethics, but you did not pick him. So this is the time for you guys to actually prove to the government that we have somebody who can represent our interests and cannot be bought. Can you prove that corruption is not actually a cultural issue, that we don't have an integrity issue in Kenya? Why are you scared? Is it because you know that you do not have anyone who is worthy of this position that McKenna is talking about? Because he's talking about integrity. Then why can't you pick one person who you believe that has integrity to go and represent your interests? Not even to represent, to be the face of the Gen Z movement, and you can bank on this person, they will never be bought because they have integrity. It doesn't make sense. That's what I came back to say. Yeah, let's prove to the government that we have someone who cannot be bought. Simple. Let this person be the face and let the government approach him. Let them do everything, but the person puts his foot down and says, no, this is what we want. Ruto must go. We are going to follow the constitution. We have lawyers behind us who are giving us advice. You have broken this in the constitution. You have to go and push it with a face on it. Let's see whether we can prove the fact that corruption is not a cultural issue in Kenya. So that's what I came to say, Andrew. Thank you.
And when it comes to picking your leaders, you must remove the emotion from it. I saw Duke of Kericho put up a tweet. I wish I could get that tweet now. Duke of Kericho, where can I get that tweet? There's a tweet he put up here. I want to show you these guys who are crying leaderless here. I will find it. I have time. Yes, I got it. 34 minutes ago, he says, if in case we need leaders, then it is Amerix and Omkia Omtata, and that should not be open to discussion of any kind. Any car that you choose must be black. Wasike, jump on this one before I go to Liz and Omodi.
Yo, Kibe niaje?
Fiti, sema.
Niko fiti. Sasa hapa hii issue ni moja, na hii issue unaona Gen Gen Zs, umeambiwa leta leader yako mwenye tunataka. Amerix hayuko kwa Gen Z, hayuko kwa millennial ama something of the sort. Okiya Mtata hayuko Gen Z, but mko mnasema you are leaderless. So I fail to understand their concept ni gani yenye wanatumia hapa kusema ati they are leaderless. Now, Gen Z is like a pregnant rat. Alafu kuna watu wanataka kufeed. So hawezi kula hii pregnant rat. Kuna watu wanakula kutoka kwa hii movement. That's why unapata they are being protected. Una protect hii pregnant rat ili ziendelee kuzaa, ukule watoto wake. Sasa unakula watoto wake wakubwa. Lakini mama hao mwenye ako pregnant huwa the Gen Zs haukuli kabisa. Gen Z ni movement iko kwa ile expressway. Alafu sasa kuna wale viongozi wanataka kujifix wako kwa Mombasa Road. So wale wenye wako kwa Mombasa Road wasipopita na hiyo viko juu yao wanalalamika. That's unapata Amerix, Omtata, Alai, Boniface Mwangi, Nyakundi, Miguna wote walikuwa kwa Mombasa Road. Sasa wameamua kupanda kwa expressway ili movement ipite nao. Na kila mtu ana strategies. You have a prize. Prize yako ni ngapi? Number 2. Hii yote yenye ina happen na Gen Z ni theory. Ni kama ile tulikuwa naambiwa mwalimu anakuja class anakuambia, Kibe, what do you want to be in future? I want to be a doctor. Wasike, what do you want to be in future? I want to be a pilot. Alafu mwalimu anatoka hapo anasema nini? Well done. Kwa kichwa unasema, mimi ni pilot, mimi ni engineer. Now, after form 4, wanakuambia wapi results sasa? Ndio tukuplace kama wewe ni engineer, kama wewe ni doctor. This when reality hits. This when all inatoka kwa kichwa wako inakuwa sasa reality on paper, and that's what Gen Zs wana fail to understand. Wako na good idea wanatuambia kwamba Ruto out. Yes, Ruto out is a good thing. Theory. Now Ruto is out. Bring your papers, report cards. What next? Kila mtu ananyamaza. Tukifika tu kwa what next? Everybody's keeping quiet. Why? And that's why I can tell you this for free. If this Gen Z wanaona kama mtu kama Boniface Mwangi is their true leader na uweze convince otherwise, if somebody of that sort anaonekana kuwa leader na huyu mtu anako convince kwa akili yake kwamba Boniface Mwangi ni leader, then that person is wrong. Finally, once everything has settled, and this one I can confirm, na ni hata naweza bet on this, hii vita haiendi kuwa about Gen Z anymore. Hii vita inaenda kuwa the big boys. Ulipewa pesa ngapi ukasaliti hii group na imeanza. So issue inaenda kuwa the big boys wanapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Wewe ulipewa pesa ngapi ukatusaliti? Sasa itakuwa Otero nilipewa pesa fulani, Boniface Mwangi ulipewa pesa fulani, Hanifa ulipewa pesa fulani. Sasa hivi tunaenda kuwa kati ya watu wakubwa wajua wenye wanajifanya ni viongozi. But meanwhile tukiendelea kusema ni Gen Z are leaderless, my friend, so long as you keep saying you are leaderless, forget hii kitu inaenda na mtapoteza hii movement yenyu. Ilikuwa imeanza vizuri, mlikuwa na good intentions, but as we go down you are losing it. Thank you.
Modi, what do you think?
How are you, my people? My name is Omudi Hamis, and it will sound like a brag, but I'll start with you, Andrew Kibe. Kibe, when in Mbaya, you are the guy who inspired me to start holding a microphone. You ni story nitakuja kupigia one of these fine days. Kibe tumegongana naye mara mob sana, accidentally Mombasa na hii Nairobi, bila kupanga yani. So this thing that has been burning in my heart, nianze kubonga. Na wewe ndio uko nani? Unani inspire na kuuliza. Tukimit to the first question nilikuwa nakuuliza gani, how do you do it? Ulikuwa unaniambia you are pointing at my phone. Nasema hii simu nitakutoa. So I started talking and posting stuff on TikTok. Sina followers wengi, but I can assure you the trigger ya hii movement yote ni content yangu. The only problem yenye napata from TikTok messages ni kwamba hawa watoto wananiambia that I'm a pro Ruto, and I always give reasons. That's why hawajani cancel, you know. Hata Kibewe naona siku hizi unanilenga unipatia hapa microphone once will realize nasema nini, don't go for Ruto. Hiyo tagline ya Ruto must go ndio iharibu hii movement yote. It's bigger than Ruto. Hii issue ni kubwa kushinda Ruto, na solution nishatoa ni moja yenye hakuna Mkenya anataka kudiscuss. Sasa hizi ndio discussion imeanza, na all those contents yenye nimepost, hiyo ndio talk inaendelea. Like the first post that I did about being flexible, I asked Kenyans, why don't you guys be flexible? This is a month before hii mambo ya finance bill ianze. I said Kenyans be flexible. Nikapeana example ya Switzerland, nikapeana mambo ya corruption nini. Immediately hiyo talk ikaanza. After hiyo be flexible content, nikatoa content about Switzerland. 2 days later Ruto akatangaza akasema nenda wapi hiyo Switzerland. I said how Switzerland is demonic. The reason why I believe my content is the trigger for all this movement ni kwamba I always mix with some spiritual stuff. You get the point? So mahali tunakosana na Gen Z ni mahali ama wananipinga ni venye mimi nasema nini, don't deal with Ruto. We go for the next of guys who have been stealing from us from 2013. In that, huyu Ruto mwenye yuko ndio mtamtumia kutengeneza hiyo sheria ya kunyonga watu wanawaibia. Cause hii shida zote ni chapa. Na mimi nakwambia Kenya, mimi nimesomea KRA. KRA imenifundisha Kenya iko na ganji. Kenya iko na ganji. Sasa mimi nataka, I always say, compress all your messages into one. Nyongeni wasi wameiba. Hiyo kitu imechange countries. Ndio hata Ruto akitoka hata mweke pale KRG the Don, mweke Donkey, mweke nini, it doesn't matter. Nchi imesafishwa. So I can tell you, as matters leadership, ni mtu mwenye ana control narrative. I might be small in terms of followers ama nini, but the spirit that is in me, I can assure you, my first real name ni Churchill. So Churchill. Soma story ya Winston Churchill, uta realize what I'm saying. To the run up to the Second World War.
Omodi, I cannot allow you to continue with this line of conversation because sasa unatopoteza. Umeingia spirituality sangapi? Who has brought up spirituality for the last 2 weeks that right now you can bring it up? What's up with you, man?
You haven't. Nasema, you nisha talk about the spirituality. I'm explaining why I made some impact pale TikTok. Because the movement in Gen Z
why are we discussing that though?
I'm telling you who is controlling the narrative.
So are you the one controlling the narrative?
Of course.
Also this whole
last time you invited me in your platform, Papa, I said go for the next of the corrupt. Saisi minaongelea your corruption. That is 2 weeks after Nisha insist na nisha toa content about it. Every content natoa kwa hiyo TikTok ndio mna discuss, but nyiwa mko late na discuss a week later.
Because you're in the spirit. Which spirit are you using?
No, I'm not in the spirit. What I'm saying is the inspiration. The inspiration. Lakini wakati hawataki kusikia story ya spiritual, hawataki kusikia story.
Me, I want to hear it. I want to hear the inspiration. Where is the inspiration coming from?
My inspiration is Wajaluo wanasemanga juogi. You know, it's juogi means like mademons za huko kwenyu, yani culture yenyu. Yani it's like, have you ever seen a very good musician mwenye hata hakusoma anasema tu akienda in trance mode anaandika tu ngoma, anajipata tu anaandika like he's being led by something that he can't understand. You get the point. Hata mimi siwezi explain hii kitu. It's something that I see because I see things in totality. Nikisema fanyeni, nikisema
so do you go like in a trance?
Yes. I do. I do.
And how long does the trance last?
If around an hour. Hata I used to think maybe nilikuwa nafikirianga ni mavitu nakula nikaacha, but the thing is still there.
And then
anything inanikuja tu kwa kichwa nikiongea.
So you stay in the trance for an hour. When you come back with all this information.
Yes, nachukua simu na record. Anything inasema huwa inafanyika exactly venye nimesema. That's why you are seeing this movement is iko confused. Sababu walinitenga the moment.
No. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Why are you gagging me, Kibe?
Because you're giving me the bullshit. I don't need the bullshit. Because now you want to play victim. I don't want you to play victim. I want you to stick to the story. Because
Okay,
now
the
you want,
story is
now you wanted to say, oh, that's why they gagged me because I don't give a shit about that. We are still on your story. We are back to where you are. You're going to your hallucinations and you come back an hour later.
Yes.
And then how do we know what source that is?
I am telling you, I can't explain. It's something that is inside.
Good.
Ask me any question about
No. Because we don't know whether that source is good or evil, do we?
That happened your shida. The only difference we are
hapo ndio kuna kizungumkuti, because if we cannot establish whether the source is good or evil, then we cannot trust the information, can we?
The thing about spirituality, Stakani could dwell on that. It's because the country is divided. This thing is ideological.
No. Omudi. It's just you and I.
There's a cold war between religious people.
Omudi. We've gotten to the place where you cannot tell us whether the source of your information or the trance or the hallucinations, whether we can we know whether it's good or bad, right?
It is good.
But you just said you don't know whether it is good or bad. You just said you don't know whether it is good or bad.
Okay, can I finish my statement then?
But you said that just now.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
No, you said you don't know whether it is good or bad. So we're moving from that point. What other point? You want to go back on that? What you just said?
Yeah, let's go back.
Because you said you don't know the source of this information. You just know you go into a trance for an hour and you come back. So my point was, since you don't know the source of the information, since you don't know what is happening to you, then you cannot tell whether it is good or bad.
Ukiwa na ndoto ama vision Kibe, how do you know the source of the vision? Usema tu maze, hii ni ka deja vu. Like it's like I'm seeing something. Ama uone kitu sema kitu shaifanyika. You know, like a deja vu. Can you explain if a deja vu is a bad spirit or good vision? I
cannot write a book about it. I cannot go to the bank and tell them, hey, listen, I had a deja vu that you guys are going to give me $1 million. So this deja vu is just supposed to remain a deja vu, and you move on with reality. But you want to take us into your imagination.
Let me give you a good example.
And you want to blame us. You want to blame us because we did not listen to your advice from your imagination.
I'm not blaming anybody, Kibe.
When you are in a trance.
What I'm saying is, last time on Nipe platform, nikakwambia nini? Hii shida ina boil down to what? Somalis versus Kikuyus. No, hata mtu akanipinga hapa akasema no, that's a conspiracy. 2 days later, ulisikia Isili maduka zilikuwa zinavunjwa za Wasomali. Mombasa, there was a Somali guy who was shooting at the crowd because they were attacking him.
No.
Was it not true?
No.
Anything nasema ina come to.
Okay, let's do this because we don't know what you've said before. I'll give you.
You do.
Hold up. I don't know. I don't remember. Omudi, come on. I don't remember everything anybody says. So I'll give you a chance to predict. Okay? So today is July 8th, 2024. So I want you to I want you to predict and say, okay, this is my prediction. And then now me and you don't have to argue about anything. We just wait for the prediction to come true. And the day it comes true, then I'll come and worship at your church. What do you think?
No, it's not about a church. Okay, so go ahead.
No, it's you who go ahead. You predict for us now what you're seeing in the future for the Gen Z movement and Ruto and Rigathi and any other thing you can predict. I'll give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Umenieka kama prophet, kama church. I'm not in the church or anything. Me si mtu ani church ama anything. But unataka prediction na nini umesema? Where this thing is going, the whole movement.
No, I mean it's a spirit. So you just invoke the spirit. The spirit will know what to say.
You're trapping me, eh? Okay. Anyway, my main message is compress all your problems into one thing, into hanging the corrupt. Pass a law, mubadilishe katiba, mse yote anaiba anything above 1 million, Bob.
No, Omudi, you're back to advising people. We want predictions. I want you to say, on this and this day, we shall be at Uhuru Park hanging the corrupt. Not what we should do. You tell us what will happen. You're a prophet.
I'm not I'm not a prophet. I'm a kitu ka psychic. Yani kitu being a psychic is not being a prophet.
Use that. Don't give us your fucking advices. Yeah, nobody needs advice anymore. Tell us on this and this day, there's going to be hanging of 6 corrupt officials, and they'll be
What I'm
coming from
saying
this
is,
ministry.
this narrative is being controlled by my staff. That's what I'm saying. Mtaenda hivi mrudi, but hii conversation yote ina rotate around what I always say and post on TikTok. It will sound like marketing, but that's the truth. I'm not doing it for fun. It's really serious. Issue see Ruto must go.
Bullshit. Moody, you know, the first few times you came here, you sounded very intelligent. And I was giving you a lot of leeway because at the time you were able to hold a real conversation. But now you've gone into your imagination, and I don't care for it. So I'll have to move on beyond you. Thank you, Moody. Thank you for coming through, bro.
Oh,
I cannot have this.
This dictatorship.
Anybody who's born a story as Ziko. Unaanza kuniambia spirituality hapa. How the fuck is that reality? Can you talk reality? Ongea vitu real. Hata kuongea nonsense hapa hivi.
Everything I've said happened.
Kwenda huko wewe. Talk up wewe Umudi. Talk up. Nonsense. Talking useless stories. Go reflect on your life and come back another time. For now, I don't have time to listen to you. Yeah, KOP, please save me from. Yeah, fight corruption.
Yo, hello, Kibe.
This will be ambiguous. What's happening, KOP?
Yeah, man, I'm good. So for me,
what spiritual direction do you want to take me into?
Wachana na Umudi, hizo ni uchawi hizo. What the fuck? He's in his head. Achana na hiyo. Okay, so for me, I just want to share like 4 things.
Please. I did not rubbish the movement. I questioned it. Okay? You guys are telling me, you're telling me that even right now at this stage that nobody can question the movement? What's wrong with you?
You started telling us about your era. Is that, we tried this during the era of Moi, we did this during the... that was some puny shit, man.
Yes?
Yeah, that's some whips for you. That's puny lampistic shit.
No, but if you guys can whip me, then I should be also have the liberty to whip you, right?
No, I mean you were trying to sell us. No. How can you come and tell us about Moi and Kibaki? I don't know what.
You don't have the conversation. So as long as you don't have the conversation, then hatuwezi ongea kitu mimi na wewe tuna imagine. Give me an argument now, okay? KOP, don't go back into the past. Give me an argument now that we can have a real argument, but don't go into the past unless you're playing a recording. So do you have a recording with you? KOP is you I'm talking to. If you have a recording, play the recording. They don't say what I said. Just play the fucking recording.
Anyway, I see you're still in your ass. Okay, I'm just going to share the 4 viewpoints.
Do you have a recording? Do you have a recording?
There's something you said, because I remember people were bashing you and saying, "Oh, I think it was Instagram or something." I remember there was something, Kibe, you said. Then everybody was talking about it, so I had to go look for it, and then I saw the.
Do you have that recording? You cannot accuse me and tell me that people were saying this and this. No, play the recording. These days it's very easy. Squeezy lazima ati accuse mtu kitu haiko. Just play the fucking recording. Everything is recorded. I record all my space.
Yeah, I think we made a mistake on that, because I'm a Gen Z, by the way. We crucified Cairo for all the wrong reasons. I believe this was the guy who was supposed to be, So, in fact, anyone who's saying that this thing is leaderless, how can it be leaderless? I mean, there's no way we can move forward. There has to be someone. I may not agree with everything that Caliph Cairo says or does, but somebody has to stand up, because the first time, I've read about Caliph Cairo, a bit of it. I've seen his interviews. This guy is eloquent. I know he has chums. You know, he's running the business thing. I don't know if it's a car dealership. He looks like someone who has a backbone, you know. Because when the president was engaging with this other punies, because I just went in there for like 20 minutes and then I just went out because I saw everything was just like, this is planned. It seems so generic, like they had planned who was supposed to say what, and then now we're here talking about how Osama was bought. What did you guys expect? Definitely, Caliph, at least they were not going to buy him off that easy. I mean, I don't know, but that's my viewpoint. So the second thing is, yes, we won the demos, you know, the finance bill. Ruto rejected the bill. And then all of a sudden, everybody turned to it's like an opposition party. You're saying Ruto must go. We sound like we are in Azimio. That was not the whole movement. The whole movement, yes, we wanted the finance bill gone. And then what next? So what fucked up the whole Gen Z thing? I think we went to war without a plan. That was one of the mistakes. We did not have any strategy. That is why tulifika huko tukasema reject. Okay, aka reject. Alafu mkaanza maneno ya Ruto must go. How must he go? Kwani mlikuwa mnataka kuu ama ilikuwa nini? Number 3, I believe Ruto he outsmarted us. Because he gave us what we wanted. Yes, we wanted the finance bill gone. Then what next? You guys said you want to engage him on X. Okay, he came on X. Then what next? Did you see what guys were asking on X? There was I think it's only one person who asked anything reasonable. Yani, kila mtu alikuwa anauliza stories okay, I'm not trying to tone down ama rubbish what happened to those guys, but everybody was, huyo karao mwenye aliua msee. Okay, those were some reasonable questions, but sasa was that all? Kila mtu sasa started licking ass. Kila mtu anaingia hapo ana bow down. Oh, Mr. President, oh, Your Excellency. It's only one guy when I saw him somehow, at least he showed something, you know, showed a stance. Okay, the last thing, Stagi Konges, I know there's a lot of people here. I think we need people who are going to push the movement. The first person who thought was going to push the movement was you, Kibe. I was sure you were someone who was going to, like, you know, I know you're not a Gen Z, but we need, not all Gen Zs can be influential like Caliph, but we need people to push out these systems, anything that we are planning for. Wa kwanza ilikuwa wewe, and then you went and did your puny shit. Number 2, mtu mwenye you guys are trying to push aside is Amerix. Let me tell you guys, I'm not saying I know him personally, but I've been following him the same way we've been following you, Kibe, for some time. Are you guys listening to me? Ama naongea peke yangu? Hello?
Tunangoja points,
We
Joe.
can hear you.
Tunangoja. We're waiting for points.
I'm on my last point. I hope you guys mmekuwa mkishika kenye nakwambia. Amerix ni msee mwenye angetusaidia kupush hii kitu. Nimekuwa nikifollow Amerix for some time, I'd say 4 or 5 years. This guy has a backbone, I'm sure of that. He was even approached a host history, a presidential nini. Alisema Z. You can't buy that guy. Yani, Kibe wewe venye. Anyway, let me not go back to you. Lakini hiyo kitu ilibo sana. So such people ndo tunahitaji
You see the same thing you're doing is the same thing you guys did to Caliph, because you guys are saying that your movement has to be perfect. That's what you're saying. It has to be perfect. That's why the only person right now, according to you, and it's because you've never seen him anywhere physically, is Amerix. Because it has to be perfect. So your movement is a movement of perfection. That's why you're afraid of coming up with leaders. But the moment Amerix is to stand somewhere, when a labda amevaa kiatu size 4, then perfection disappears. You find out Amerix is 5'1", perfection disappears. You find out Amerix that hold up, don't interrupt, bro. I muted my mic, bro.
All good.
Yeah, mute your fucking mic, man. What's wrong with you? Just I didn't interrupt you. So what's all this interruption? A child. So your movement is looking for perfection, and perfection doesn't exist because your movement has to get leaders from within you. That's why right now you guys are looking outside to see who is at least a little bit perfect so that we don't kill him. Because the moment you guys realize Amerix is not perfect, you're going to kill him. That's why Amerix is not going to present himself to you. Because he knows as soon as he presents himself to you, you guys realize he's the same height as you. You're like, fuck him. He's not the guy we thought he was going to be. The moment Okiya Omtata farts the wrong way, he's out. Boniface Mwangi has been throwing himself at the Gen Z. They have rejected him. Because this is a movement of perfection that is lying to each other. So you guys have to get out of your own comfort zone. Out of your own comfort zone and start to be these people that you think you should be getting out here. Because if you don't do that, then what happens? Then your movement is weak, is going to be bought by anybody, and then come 2027, all these things that you're asking for will not exist. And I told you from the beginning, maybe even Mariam, maybe you should have had this. This cannot be a movement of issues. Issues are going to be discussed by the movement leaders. Because when you went to the president, you asked him, oh, we have this issue of reject finance bill. For him to kill the whole vibe is just reject the finance bill. It's very easy for him to do. Tell him, oh, get rid of a few ministers. Quickly, he's going to do that. As long as that pacifies you and you guys can go back to doing what you're supposed to be doing. So there's no real power there.
Okay, Kibe, so what I actually meant, aside from all that I've said, the only way that you're going to solve everything is going back to the root cause. Yes, we're saying Ruto must go, but there is a time, an example of like the next election, that is in 2027. At the moment, I'm not in the country, but I sent chums for people to go to the street. This is something I felt was, this was the time. Hii ndio ilikuwa time yenyewe ya ku make these people, feel that the power is in the people. Number one, there should be a political party for the Gen Zs. Najua kila mtu amesema hii. Where I come from is Bomet. Unaona? In the last general election yenye ilipita, the only party yenye ilikuwa ina exist huko ni UDA. Hadi there was something yenye wanaitanga suit. Suit is because unajua when you wear a suit, everything matches. So home kwetu, elections zilikuwa zinaisha time ya nomination. After nomination huko Bomet, nothing goes on. Juu hapo ndio mwisho nani. Party ni UDA. Hakuna any other party. You can't stand and say anything. After nomination, kama umepita tu nomination hivi na ulichuziwa na UDA, automatically unakuwa elected to the seat. So hakuna party ingine eti ilikuwa inaweza kuongea. That is how even ndo hao waliweza kufika huko. Ukiangalia sasa Bomet from huko governor, senator.
Hey, KOP, we all know what happened. So give us some new information.
Exactly, yeah. So if the Gen Zs are going to come up na kitu party that we can say, okay, we're going to...
Are you a Gen Z?
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
I am, yeah.
So do you see the value of Gen Z having at least their own representation? Do you see the value of that?
Yeah, why not? That's the whole point, actually.
And do you see the value of developing these leaders as well? Because developing leaders is as important as having leaders. Do you see the value of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why are you guys focused on the issues and not focused on getting good leadership?
That is why I'm saying all this. Hizi zingine nye watu wanasema sijui let us change the what. This one must go, trying to call this one out. It's not gonna help. We have seen people fight for these systems for years, ages. Hata wewe mwenyewe usema you fought kina Moi, you fought kina Kibaki. What came of it? There was nothing. The only way ni to rudi back. Let's play, tucheze na hii game yao. Kama game yao ni stories za voting, let us do your mass voter registration venye nani alikuwa anasema huu Duke of Kericho. Hata huu Duke mwenyewe anajua kenye inaendelea Kericho. Ni upiuni tu inaendelea huko na mukicheza 27 si wadanganyi. We can do all the spaces that we want. We can do all the demos. We can write all the posters. We can do everything. Lakini mwisho tu they'll go back to the ballot. Same thing happens. Alafu back to square one. Tena tunarudi tena Gen Alpha. Tunarudi tena.
Okay. Hold up, KOP. I peer review tweets. Did you want to jump in on this one, or where did you want to jump in?
Something else as you continue, because I was waiting for him to finish and everything so that I start mine.
Okay. Hold up. Just mute your mic for a second. Let's see if Wycliffe wanted to jump on that, and Duke as well. Anybody wanted to jump on that one? That one with KOP. If not, let's go back to Wycliffe.
Yes. Hi, Andrew.
What's up?
I'm all right. On this issue of leadership of the movement, I think that should be 100% way to go. I think we are coming from a different school of thought. There is the other generation and the new generation. a system is as good as the leader. We can have all the good systems, but if you have someone who is determined to destroy it, those systems and laws will not work. In fact, there's a debate in the US now that does the US need even a president because of one or two things here and there. So this movement, they need leadership, but I think it is something that needs to be cultivated now. It's a good discussion that needs to be moved forward. What I find a bit off is when Miriam tries to, insinuate that someone is backing up this thing. And we have had this narrative of Uhuru or ODM or who Raila or no. Let the leadership part be cultivated in this movement so that it can be formalized. It's something that can be able to move things forward. Otherwise, I support the leadership thing. Thank you.
All right. Duke. All right. Mariam, go ahead.
Yeah, Kibe, I still do struggle with some with your way of thinking, yeah, because just some minutes earlier you said that we should not be focusing on the issues, we should be focusing on good leadership. So I want to ask you, what is good leadership? Because to me, these things go hand in hand. The issue, okay, I'll give you just one issue, for example. So we would want, for example, at least 50% of our revenue to be focused on development and then salaries to be 35%. That is a real issue. It is not a leadership issue. That is an issue that needs to be solved. So when you're saying that we should not be focusing on issues,
who is we? Who is we? When you say we would want, who is we?
Okay. I am saying that those are issues that people are agitating for example.
No. Who's people? Because
okay,
I've not heard it from anybody else. This is the first time I'm hearing it.
Is that so? Now,
so say I, as Mariam, because it's not even your household that wants that. It's just you.
Okay, Andrew. Leadership to you. I'm just wondering because from Saturday you've been
No. You're running away from that point that you just fumbled. You fumbled when you went to the issues because as long as it's issues, it's very personal because that's what you want as Mariam. That's not what people want. Everybody wants something different. So how do we decide which is the way forward? Which voice is the strongest? Who decides the agenda? Isn't that the whole conversation that we are doing right here? Because if we decide this is what we want, we go with it. But how do we decide this is what we want?
But this is the same discussion that we left hanging on Saturday because I asked you, what are some of the, and I'm going to, even using the word issues, sounds funny, but what are some of the issues that cut across the board? For example, garbage collection cuts across the board. Street lighting cuts across the board. So those are real issues that affect everyone. Everyone needs water. Everyone needs good sanitation.
These are just management issues. These ones can be managed on a very local level through the MCA and the people around them. Those are management issues. The better the manager, the better the constituency or the ward. I mean, this is basic, Mariam. You know that. So we cannot go to the country and say, our country, our problem is lighting. No, it's not lighting. Our problem is we don't have good leaders because once you have good leaders, then lighting is a foregone conclusion. We don't need to be discussing lighting. These are basics. Like garbage collection, these are basics.
Very good. So let me now bring my point home. Now that somehow you're on the same wavelength with me. So the challenge is this. Enough for this problem. So that becomes an issue that we don't have enough budget to deal with this. Even if you put Andrew there as a good leader, he's not given enough money to work on the issues that he's
the work of the government, the work of the president is to make sure that the government can run. Wherever he's going to get the money from, that's his business. He's the CEO of this company. True or not true, Mariam?
True. Now, did you really get my point? You're kind of skipping over my point.
I got your point, because you're trying to say, oh, there's no money, but the money is to be collected. It's for you to come up with innovations of making this money. That's why we're giving you the job. So so we don't come to you and tell you take this money and manage it. We tell you take the job and do whatever it is that you need to do to make sure that this company runs the right way. The company called Kenya. But you want to go inside the management. You want to go give him the job and still manage the country with him. How is that possible?
You're still missing my point by a whole. God knows how
okay,
many
what is your point?
Okay, so this is what I'm going to try and walk you.
A leader is as important as the revolution. You cannot take the leader away. The quality of the leader is so important. It's like the quality of a husband or the quality of a wife. You fuck up with that, you're fucked up for the rest of your life. How dare you say that's not important? Because these issues are going to be there. Today, issues are going to change. The issues in Bomet and the issues in Langata are very different. So if you take the people in Bomet electricity, street lighting, they don't need that. But it looks good. And you can take photos and say, hey, I've helped the people of Bomet, but have you really helped them? No, you haven't. Because the issues are very different. So if today we are taking the issues to the table, what about tomorrow's issues? That's what I'm telling you, get away from the issues. Those ones will be solved on a very local level. That's why even the president was laughing when he was being asked questions about small issues. He's like, hey, bro, I'm the president. I deal with great issues. Put something real on my lap. But you guys want to, Mariam, aren't you the one who came here the other day telling us we need to chase the money that is in the sports ministry because that's the money that is for the youth?
No, you totally got me wrong. What I said.
No.
Let me correct you because you got me wrong. I said you have already ministries that are for youth, but they're being run by boomers. So you guys need to go and start from there. Those are your ministries. You need to go and manage them as youth. Go and ask, why are the youth not employed?
Exactly. How many? It is breadcrumbs, Mariam. We're talking about a whole country here. You're trying to direct people to a sports ministry. And this is a youth ministry. Go here to the youth ministry.
No,
get 100 million. And hold up. What you're trying to do is this. You're trying to tell them they belong in a certain place. No, I am telling them. And this is what Gen Z you need to hear. I'm telling you, the whole country belongs to you. Nobody should tell you what to do. Nobody should tell you where to be. Nobody should tell you this is the agenda. The whole country belongs to you. How dare you put the Gen Z in a box and tell them this is the box that you're going to exist in, and this box is called money that has been allocated by the government. Talanta Hela. Now the Gen Z are busy running after Talanta Hela, yet the whole country belongs to them. They have proven that. So why are you picking and choosing? So the issue here is do not focus on the issues because the issues will be sorted. Bro, issues always get sorted. So if you go with issues, it doesn't matter how many point plan you have. You got a 50-point plan, 50 points are going to be sorted. And then you're back in the streets looking for someone who can give you a mic so that you can say how agitated, how angry you are. No. Mm-mm. You are asking the government to play fair in a game that they have never played fair in. Why are you playing fair? And hold up, Mariam and the Duke of whatever.
Can I correct you on something, please?
No, don't correct me. Don't correct me. Just go correct your nyanye. Just mute your mic for now. Kamankura, what's up? Hey. And you let these people, they are all like, now Mariam has her own agenda. She has come and she wants her own, to push her own agenda with her English. Hey, you know what you should be telling the Gen Z is that they should do this and this and this and this. That's an agenda. I think I don't know.
Okay,
Kamankura, go ahead.
Hello, Kibe. Thank you for giving me this chance. First, I'm a millennial. In fact, millennial limbo. Niliponea Gen X kidogo. But that's besides the point. In 2013, because I think that's when we lost direction as a country, because the economy was doing well and we weren't really concerned with good leadership. We voted along tribal lines, and ukiangalia, the guy who was making sense at the time, in my view, was Peter Kenneth, but the number of votes he got was very little. The point is, I atakuwa issue based. Now, Gen Z, yes, it's a good thing when we find about issues. That's a wonderful thing. And on this issue, yeah, a leader. In 2013, I remember thinking, if there's a way we can have, it's not practical, yes, but if there's a way we can have issues on the ballot where we vote, Kamani, we should, as a country, we should spend more on this, that kind of a thing. Now, reduce this. Now, where the Gen Zs are at the moment, without a leader, it becomes anarchy, to be honest. Agenda hakuna. But now, if for starters, say like to polls, to Twitter, people do every now and then, if they could set up such things, okay, yes, it's things that have been settled, but I'll use it as an example. Your first ladies and our spouses, your attacking, have a couple for that, people vote, then that becomes clear. Various things, so that now when they're negotiating with the government, at least the issues that can be tackled. See, just anarchy. You get my point? Hello.
No, I'm trying to get your point because you are still living in your imagination. Right now, you can hear people. Not here. You can see the jostling that is going on, even for things like these spaces, right?
Yes.
This group of people cannot agree who's going to do any one thing.
Yeah, that becomes a problem because now expecting him to leave office,
and that is
honestly,
Kamankura, and that is where I'm taking you. I'm taking you to a place where you guys at least see that making a decision is one of the hardest things ever, and Gen Z are not ready to make a decision.
Yeah. Hello. Hello, Andrew.
I hear you. Finish up.
Okay. My suggestion would be, okay, just because something has never been done doesn't mean it's not doable. So yes, it makes more sense for them having a leader, because that would give a more clear direction. But if they to continue the way they've decided to be leaderless, which is okay, at least let them set it as issues. Even if it's having those mini polls where now they can know. Yes, there's the issue of bots, Pia, but I don't think that's a big deal.
Kamankura, we cannot agree on anything. So even when you're talking about these polls, which polls are we going to trust? Which polls are we going to use? Which platform are we going to use?
Like yours, and all this.
I mean, look at us. We only have 1.4 thousand people listening. Yesterday, Amerix had 80,000 people listening. Right. The other day, Kimuzi had 100-something thousand. The other day, the president had this number of people. Right. So There's no one platform that you can say this is the platform that is going to conduct this, is there?
That's not my point, Kibe. What I'm saying is, you can imagine if you had like those many polls, you send it, you share it, Amerix shares it, Kimuzi shares it, even the president. Well, okay, I don't know about the president. Let me leave that aside. But if such a thing were to happen, so that when I clear direction, these are the demands that people have, and they'd like to have them met. Otherwise, it becomes anarchy. And yes, the other solution obviously would be now having a leader, which that's not something I think they're ready for.
And now also, just to put a spanner in your works. Okay, thank you, Kamankura. Just to put a spanner in the works. You guys have to understand, you must also decide on the questions. You must decide on the issues. You must. You can't just have issues that have not been decided on. So you must have a deciding mechanism. We have decided that this is what we are agitating for. And you know, the beauty about Reject Finance Bill was it caught everybody by surprise. It was either you're rejecting the finance bill or we kill you. So we all had to reject the finance bill. But now the next one, everybody's asking, okay, now good. We rejected the finance bill. Okay, we gave you that. What is the second one? And who has decided that this is what we want? Because Mariam is here telling us what we want. But when you push her kidogo, you realize there's no consensus. It was just what she wants. And she's here to tell people what they should want. Same thing with Duke. Hey, we are only going to pick 2 leaders. And if anybody says anything different, they are evil. Duke. Duke of Kericho, my network is not working. All right, let's move on beyond Duke. Lixel Rolls. Lixel Rolls going once, going twice. All right, let me.
Yeah, Kibe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, nilikuwa ati around the issue ya ati this movement is based on just an idea and ati we are not supposed to have a leader. That is just bullshit, because already we do have leaders, because these influencers should think of themselves as leaders, because influence stands to leadership, and they know that it's a fact and they understand it. So the fact that they will go online and start telling people that we don't have leaders, but they are the one posting these posters, people are following them, people are following these instructions. So they should not go out here, post instructions, and then tell people we don't have leaders. They should actually come out in strong numbers and tell us they are our leaders, and really just push it to their limits. But the agenda, there is where the problem is. Our main problem is that we have so many agendas, but the approach to the agendas is becoming propaganda, and that is where we are messing up. And with time, this is going to fade off, because everyone is trying to push their own ideas into this. And the fact that most of the Gen Zs and millennials, we are suffering from political PTSD, leadership deficiency, spiritual conmanship. So it is so easy to manipulate this crowd right now. And the agenda, when the agenda keeps shifting from left to right, it becomes so easy for anyone else to just come and penetrate and push their own agenda so easily. And that is where we are going wrong. So unless we are going to do something really serious about what we want, because everything that we want, the Constitution already provides for them. There is not where the problem is. I see people talking about a referendum. I see people talking about amendments. Most of these things that we are talking about are provided in the Constitution. So that is not where our problem is. Our problem is that the system is broken. The people who are handling the system, they have found ways in the Constitution and in their own mandate to try and play around with our fundings and our facilities, so that it to their own benefit, to their own selfish gains. And that is where we need to work on. So the way we are taking these directions, we are really messing up, because we are really not putting our focus to where the problem is. we are actually picking on people who are actually pushing the agendas that we need, people who are ready to sacrifice themselves. We are actually crucifying them, of which it is becoming a problem even to have the leader, because now if you come out right now, Kibe, and say you want to be a leader, trust me, you by tomorrow your accounts will be blocked, and that is going to be a problem, because no one is going to stand up and say anything, because if you say anything, you're going to be crucified. Kibe, that's me.
Thank you, Lixel Rose. Appreciate that. Who goes next? Who goes next? John Oti Josh. Go ahead.
Yes, Kibe, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah, I want to attempt to go on a long journey, but it won't be so long, because looking at all this whole thing, I look at the Gen Z as another opportunity for the same old players of the game to cause another distraction. We've seen this game before. I'm a millennial, by the way, but I'm part end of the millennial Gen Z, so close to them, but enough to see what is going on. The whole of this game, as we come to understand, is a game of money. And our president currently, he's the only one who can provide a solution to this game, but he's also part to blame. Part to blame because of how he handled it. Gen Z are very easy for him to handle. He's a very genius politician. He's a clever politician. The blunder I can say he did was killing a section of them. He would have just sat down and let them do their thing. At the end of the day, sit down with them like the way he did on the spaces. That was very simple. But I look at our president as someone who is overpowered by some forces outside his control. He's the president. Yes, he can control the country, but outside forces prevent him from being who he wants to be. Because on one end, we saw the politician campaign and tell us a bunch of promises. I know politicians lie, but I don't believe he will lie to this extent. And at a ripe age in his leadership, lies begin to the end of your second term there, when you're so comfortable, you've attained everything in power, and you're about to leave. That's when you get a little bit cocky and decide to do what you want. But at the beginning, we've seen so many presidents. We saw Kibaki, we saw Uhuru. At the beginning, he was massaging the public. And I believe there are outside forces that are interfering with the president. That's why on one end, I tend to blame him for everything. On the other end, I understand he's not to blame for everything. Outside forces, I mean people like the World Economic Forum, the IMF. We know these guys and what they do to countries, especially third world countries. We've seen them do what they do in Haiti. They threatened a whole prime minister to the extent of killing him and almost killing his wife. What do you think our president is going through? I look at him as someone who is compromised. Our country is said to have resources. It is said to have power. It is the economic hub of East Africa. We are not a small country that the West will want to stay away completely from. So I look at the force that the Gen Z came up with. The Gen Zs were on a right trajectory. And I sat down with them. These guys don't want much. They just want a working system. By a working system, I mean where they can walk into a hospital, they receive their treatment, and they go home. They can do their businesses. If it's taxes, they're not. They comply. They don't. It's not that they don't want to pay taxes. Something like the finance bill, that was a vehicle that old politicians and old players of the game took advantage to ride on. But Gen Zs were not complaining about the finance bill. They were complaining about the systems. They just want to see the systems working like how they've been raised. These are kids who have been raised by parents who provided everything for them. They wanted to go to the good schools, they were taken there. They wanted the good meals, they were taken there. They wanted the funfair and the trips, they were given. So they come out in a system where it's not such. And they have the masses. Right now, they are the majority in our country. They are 18 million. They have the power to change the regime. Whether we like it or not, whether we ignore them or not, they have discovered at an advanced stage they have the power to change it. And right now, people like Miguna are opening up their heads to telling them they have the power through the vote. A reality like the president must go, they've realized it has failed. But they realize they have the power at the vote. And I'm here to tell them the vote is a bigger game than even William Ruto. I remember when Raila lost the election in 2022, he came out and told us the game is bigger than Kenya. The game is bigger than Kenya. It has taken us a long time to realize that, but the game is bigger than Kenya. We have outside forces that our president is really struggling to control, and they can't come out and tell us openly that, hey, I'm dealing with this and that, I'm dealing with this and that. But there are things, maybe he found them in power, and looking at the former president, how he has stayed away from power tells us how complex it is. And looking at our current president and how he has changed ever since he took power, contrary to what he promised, tells us how complex the seat is. Power is not what most of us imagine. It will take the Gen Z some time to realize that. And if they really want change, they must be willing to go all the way. And death notwithstanding. They are complaining, I don't know, 500 people died. 500 is little. They can ask us millennials how much we saw in 2007. I was in class 7 then. We saw deaths like never before. And we were told by our parents back then there were more even. The more cool, there were more. So it's a complex game that did not start yesterday. Gen Zs have to sit back and look back in history and relate it to the current times and chart their future. Otherwise, it will be another gimmick. We are told of such instances being seen back in time. Where did they end up? It's an old game that they have to understand how deep it goes. Otherwise, they'll lose the track. And once you lose the track, you remain the same whiners like us millennials. Look at us millennials. Millennials are the guys on Twitter who are complaining. We are the ones opening spaces, complaining, whining, chatting constitutional phrases. Oh, the law, nini, we can impeach. Gen Zs are not about that. Them, they're on the streets. It's about the streets. They're saying Tuesday they'll be on the streets, they will be there. Whether police are there or military, they've proven they will be there. But also, millennials are the ones who are whining on the social media platforms. We're the ones who are complaining because we have been already fucked a good one by Uhuru Kenyatta. The 10 years he did us a good one. That is our blame. That is when you hear a lie talk about Uhuru Kenyatta's faults, those are millennial whiners. Now we are looking at Gen Zs and what they'll turn out to be with the Ruto regime. Thank you.
Thank you, John O.T. Josh. Mercy, are you there? Mercy None. All right, if Mercy is not there, Cleophas, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Kibe. Actually, first, I like to say thank you for always standing for what you believe in, even though at some point we were able, or majority were able to box you to actually join in what you didn't believe in fully. Though we all at some point believed in rejecting the finance bill, and we fought against the finance bill wholeheartedly. But in standing with what you once said, and you always say, and you actually said it today, a movement without a leader is as good as dead. And the thing is, this Gen Z movement is more of a...
Kibe, bring me back. I can't hear Cleophas, please.
Hey, Kibe, can you hear me?
Yeah, Cleophas, go ahead. I don't know who's saying that. Who was that?
It's Wycliffe. It's Wycliffe who said he can't hear me, so I was wondering if you can hear me. So,
yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kibe. So as I was saying, I honestly believe that if Gen Z really want to move forward, they really want to listen to voices like your voice, because you're providing a very crucial voice at a very critical moment. Because we can't go on saying we are leaders. At the same point, we're getting instructions from quarters we don't know. What if, Kibe, we're getting these orders from NIS? What if we're getting these orders from Ruto himself? Because this politics, in politics, anything can happen. So if we are leaders, who is the source of the instructions we're taking? And then, Kibe, we've been boxed into taking stupid orders to push narrative of a political party. For example, we all know, or at least we all now appreciate the fact that Ruto must go is a narrative that's not going to come to an end, at least to the next general election. So who is going to benefit from this narrative when the Gen Z actually want results now, today? So you candidly advise them, hey guys, come here. Bring your leaders, be on that fucking table, and let what you want be discussed now. They say, hell no, we are leaderless, Ruto must go. That's not gonna happen. So who is going to benefit? Look around Kibe. Azimio is taking that shit so serious. They're pushing that narrative. Ruto must go. But they know it's not gonna happen. But they also know in Kenya, it's possible to do politics for the whole fucking 5 years. So they will keep playing with the emotions of Kenyans, keep playing with the emotions of Gen Zs until the next general election, so that when that time comes, they will bring their own choice, and then Gen Z will support, because Gen Z are not even prepared. They don't have leaders, Kibe. They don't have people to look up to. That's why they came up with names like Matiang'i. You asked a very genuine question. Who proposed that name? Who brought Matiang'i into the matrix? Maybe the same people who just brought that name Omtata, though I also believe in him. I believe in him. I wanna declare my interest so that nobody questions me. I actually believe that someone like Omtata, for some reason, he has stood a test of time. But that's a discussion for another day. But there is someone somewhere who is trying to pull the strings to see what the Gen Zs are thinking like. Again, this Gen Z movement, Kibe, has been hijacked by people who are not even millennials. Millennials have been turned to be just but influencers. Somebody sends them some posters, then they push them online. So ours is to push an agenda. And then when a voice like yours comes up and say, hey guys, come here, let's talk, let's ask questions. Who is this person? Who is pushing this agenda? We are leaderless. How do we get our narrative? How do we get our agenda? How do we come up to this? We say Occupy Afya Center. Who came up with the idea? Occupy CBD. Who came up with that idea? Occupy State House. Who came up with that idea? Nobody wanna give an answer. Do you know why? Because we are all fucking confused. We are following people that we don't know, people who are faceless, and that's felt scary, Kibe, because we might be headed by some cult members, some bad people, some bad people who want to take over this country or who want to turn us into Congo or something else. So I really believe that if we want to move forward as a country, we need to be honest with ourselves. Our Gen Z brothers and sisters need to be serious, and they need to come up and say, okay, now let's choose our leaders. Nobody's gonna be perfect, but let's have the face of this movement, so that if we need our president on the table, we say, hey, Kibe, go represent us. So and so, go talk on our behalf. We can hold spaces, share our ideas, say what we want, and then now you go ahead and represent what we, the people, want. Because at this point, I believe that most people have realized Ruto is just one of those politicians you can't box to the corner. So we came up with the reject the finance bill. We believed he's not going to reject it. He did. We came up with the idea of the national debt. He did the unthinkable. He went for this faith. The person we strongly believe that, she's against him. The person that we all think, if our thinking is correct, that cannot actually side with the government. So Ruto is like, hey, not only am I going to have a team out the national debt, but I want the LCK president to be part of that team. Again, we chicken out. We like, no, we don't want. You already have somebody who can do that job. So Kibe, we can't go on like this. Let's have our leaders, or else let's just fuck off. Let it be. Let's just continue, because if we don't have leaders, then we're just pushing for anarchy. Nobody wanna live in an anarchy. We want a government. We must always have a government. We can't say Ruto must go, and then when you ask people, okay, when Ruto leaves, who comes in? They like, oh, when he leaves, we're gonna figure out. Power does not entertain vacuum. We can't have vacuum in leadership. You can't have a president live even for a minute. That's why even Ruto, when he leaves to another country, he leaves Gachagua to take over. You can't have a country without a leader at any given moment. So I'm calling upon all the Gen Zs listening to me, the millennials, Let's come up with leaders who gonna lead us. If we don't want to, then let's just fuck off and do whatever we're doing in our lives and continue with what we're doing. All at most, keep pushing for issues. What Miriam said about issues. Let's keep pushing for issues then.
And Cleophas, do you know
Yes,
that
please.
if Osama hadn't happened that day when he
Yeah.
hosted the president, if Osama hadn't happened, the lady who was elected by the president, the LSK lady, do you know she would have taken that job easily if Osama didn't
Gladly.
happen?
Gladly. And you see, the thing is, we said, actually, Kibe said this in the morning. The president said, okay, I'm going to host this shit. And people were like, in every space, no, you can't host us. We're going to host you. And then Ruto being Ruto, he got Osama to host him. And then we were like, hell no. How? A sellout. But I know so many people. Like, let's be honest to ourselves. Maybe even Kibe, if he would be honest enough, if the president offered him the opportunity to host him, gladly, he would have gladly did so. Like, but the president, I think Osama is a Gen Z. Let's be realistic. Kimusi is not, Amerix is not, Kibe is not, most of us are not. So the president actually went for a Gen Z to host him. And then we so fucking mad. Why are we mad? Why are we mad? We wanted the president to come to space. He came. Whichever way it was done, okay, it was done. Like, we need to move forward. We need to fucking move forward. Ruto must go. It's a narrative that we just pushing, but we know it has no ending. That narrative has no ending. There's no fucking way an African president gonna leave office for you to come in. People gonna die. So many people gonna die. Millions of people gonna die for that to happen. Who is willing to die? And I keep telling people, as much as they hate on us, if I'm sitting somewhere in Washington, D.C. right now, I must keep off fucking telling my fellow Kenyan brothers and sisters, I'm gonna send you some $10 so you go to the streets and die. If I believe in that shit, we all gonna stand up, go back to our country. Is what gonna kill us. We can't always sell out for money and then we're gonna blame Osama for taking some money. No, if you believe you can send some people some dollars to go down the streets for what you believe in, then let Osama also die for what he believes in. Period. Let's be respectful. Let's be fair to everybody. So I honestly believe that this idea of Ruto must go, as much as we want it to happen, it's not happening. So what's the way forward? Let's listen to other voices. Let's stop being a cult that if you don't for us, you are against us. No, a good idea gives room for a better idea. We need leaders. This movement cannot continue being faceless because there are some people might be behind this shit who are worse than Ruto. And we are gladly clapping and following them. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? We must know who the leaders are. If we have no leaders, somebody come and tell us who sets the agenda of the day. Thank you.
Hi Kibe, can you hear me?
Mercy can hear you.
Okay. I was listening to my brother Cleophas, and from where I stand, it's like he doesn't really understand what he's talking about because he's talking about the Gen Z from his own point of view. He doesn't know how the movement started, like because he has not been in one. Like you have not been in this space. So you can't just come up with assumptions about having leaders. Like we are leaderless. We just said we are leaderless because the finance bill was going to be politicized. If we couldn't say we are leaderless, we are fearless, like the things. So if we had a leader, it was so clear that people would start saying this thing of this movement is funded, it's done this and that, as we understand our country. But now telling us to that we should have leaders is a point for another time. This time we stood for this thing of finance bill and it's down. We are now up for this thing of Ruto must go. So you can't just come up from nowhere and you
So,
had
Mercy,
this idea from the yes.
so we are past the finance bills, indeed. That one you
Yeah, we
guys
are
came
past
out
the
and you put
finance
it down.
Yeah,
So
now the
who told you
finance bill
Ruto
is
must go? So it's not you guys who said Ruto must go.
we are the ones who said Ruto must go
No, no,
because
no,
of
no, Mercy. No. You guys went to the streets as Gen Zs to say let's reject the finance bill. Ruto
and
must
the
go came
finance
from
bill was
someone or some
it
people.
didn't come from you people just pick from your own assumptions. Like you go to social media, gather information, then you just
Excuse
don't
me,
know the
Mercy.
whole
Can you
thing.
hear me?
Yes.
Do you want me to defend myself since you said I just came in and jumped into the issue that I wasn't part of?
Yeah.
Actually, the thing is, Mercy, I was among the very few people, or the very many people who stood for the agenda of rejecting the finance bill. If you want to know, you can go back to my tweets and see. I've always rejected the finance bill. And that's why when I
You
opened my
reject online, my brother, but for us we did not want to do this thing online, going online and pushing others to go to the streets.
So
We say this
what do you
time we
mean
are
I
going and
rejected
speak
this thing
outside.
online? Mercy,
You
hold on.
rejected
Like you just
via
making
Twitter.
assumptions. You just making fucking assumptions. How do you know I rejected this finance bill online? That's an assumption. It's like we slept with you the whole time we were rejecting the finance bill. Were we together, Mercy? No. Please allow me take my stand and make my statement. That's why when I opened my statement, I said, I believe that the only man who actually believed in his beliefs from the beginning until we boxed him to actually join us was Kibe. Because Kibe was always kind of like, hey, hold on, before we do this thing, who is pushing us? Who is behind this thing? But we are told, hey, this thing gonna affect all of us. So we are rejecting the finance bill. We don't care about your tribe. We don't care about your race. We don't care about who reads who. A finance bill gonna hurt all of us. So we all stood to reject the finance bill because we didn't care. We didn't care who brought up the idea. We didn't care who was the leader because we all believed in the idea of rejecting the finance bill. Okay, Mercy? And to just
Okay, so
confirm to
that's
you, and on that finance bill, in one of the whatever shit, I was on the ground. I was fucking there. If you want some videos, I can send you some videos to your inbox, okay? I was on the ground.
that's
Stop
more
making
important, right?
assumptions. I rejected the finance bill, not just online, but physically. But on the idea of Ruto must go, that's what wasn't agenda. Somebody somewhere is setting the record, is setting the agenda for all of us to follow. And then we keep saying,
No.
Okay, Mercy, so did you come up with the idea Ruto must go?
You are politicizing the whole thing, like
I'm not
your own agenda,
politicizing
your main
nothing.
point
I'm not
here.
politicizing.
Excuse me, please.
Being
Your point
critical
here is
doesn't
like
mean
you just want to find out who is behind this because you are not behind that. Why can't you just stand with what you believe in? If you support whatever is being said or if you don't support, why can't you just pick a side and stand there instead of trying to find out who's behind everything? Like, can't you see what's happening in our country?
Mercy, the thing is, being critical and always accepting to use your mind a little bit more or exercising and jogging your mind a little bit more doesn't make you a bad person. In any way, it helps you understand issues better and be able to defend what you believe in. So the thing is, you all are trying to run away from defending what you believe in because probably you don't even know what's going to happen next after Ruto must go shit. If you know what's gonna
Who told
happen
you
next,
we
you should
don't
not be.
know?
Okay, so what's gonna happen
Just
after
because
Ruto must say what come?
just because everything isn't laid down for you people to speak about or talk
So
about
that's
doesn't
the
mean
question,
something is
Mercy.
not there.
That's the fucking question we asking. Who is saying these things? Now you're just saying just because these things are not laid out for us to know, then doesn't mean what? So who is laying them down?
That's why I told you, Mr. Cleophas, your own point here is to find out who is behind all this. Like you're just interested in finding out who is behind this. What if I told you no one is behind? People just hold discussions the way we hold, the way Andrew Kibe has hosted us here is the same way we people sit down. We don't just go on social media and just hold conversations. We sit down and discuss with our fellow Gen Zs from other parts of the country.
Thank you,
We talk
Mercy.
yeah. I hope now you are
Thank
instead
you.
of just going there
Yeah,
and
I'm
finding out.
understanding, and I also hope that you can also have some good listening skills to listen to me and get what I said. I said actually I even wish that we had some form of leaders, even if they be dictators. But now what you allege to is what I fear might be the situation, whereby we don't have leaders. It's just a group of young people like you coming together and saying, let's do this. So if Ruto goes, you don't even know what to do next, then we get ourselves into anarchy. Mercy, you may
Mr.
never want to
Cleophas,
live in an anarchy situation.
okay.
You may not want to wish
There's
to be in
something
Congo for a
called
moment of that.
Mr. Cleophas, there's something called
Yeah.
strategy. I hope
So
I think by now you don't understand that because you are not in that space. There's something called strategy. You can't just come up once, then all of a sudden you have a leader. This thing has to take time. Like you have to sit down and identify amongst yourself who amongst us can lead this thing. But for now, you just can't come and tell us we need a leader. Like we just push people out of nowhere, or we just pick any other person. There's something called strategy.
a strategy without a leader, any movement is as good as their leaders. Like that's what any right thinking person will tell you. And just to help you understand, because I think you kind of think those of us who are pushing this idea of leadership is because we like the government of the day. Just to let you know, we don't like the government of the day. We are paying the price. We all suffering. We all find it difficult to cope in this kind of environment and economic terms. But we also smart enough to say we need something concrete, something that can actually help us get to a better place, than we are now. Like, what will it benefit you to push us from Kenya to Sudan, push us from Kenya to Somalia, to push us from Kenya to DRC or to Haiti? We can do it means that we are against this movement. We are not against this fucking movement. We are for this. But we believe in this movement, but we need clear leadership, clear instructions. Even when people, you say about strategy, even when the army go to wars, they need a leader, they need command, there's a command chain. You must take instruction from one person at a time. We can't have different sources of information that we telling you must be making noise because you believe maybe the information is coming from where you think it's coming from. For information, it might be coming from Ruto himself. He might be sitting somewhere setting the agenda for us so that we are busy discussing nonsense while they are doing stupid stuff in their offices. We need clear leadership with the okay, if Ruto goes today, if he fails today, what happens? That's a question that any person should be able to answer or tell, because we can't get ourselves into anarchy. We can't push our generations to come into anarchy, because whatever we do today, Generation Alpha might also want to do it, Other generations to come may also want to do it. So if we do it now, we must do it right. We must get it right so that when history is written, because history has a way of repeating itself. So don't think like whatever thing we're doing now, it may not happen again. Actually, we have set the record. Going forward, if the people feel the government in the power is not doing enough, this is the same fucking shit they're gonna do. So we must do it well. We must make sure we are not losing many of our brothers and sisters on the street. We must get a better strategy to save lives and also to have a better transition. Or else, Mercy, we will continue pushing this agenda for some political parties somewhere. And when we're done pushing the agenda, when the 2027 elections comes, they will ambush our feelings and say, hey, you remember this Ruto is the man we don't want. So vote for this other guy. And you know who that old other guy gonna be? Some old fucking shit, some boomer, some good to die person. It's the person we're gonna vote for as an alternative to Ruto. That's not what we want. We want to create our own leaders. And this goes back to what other speakers were saying, including Kipe. Like most of us, we are expecting a perfect leader. Somebody wanna be perfect in everything. We're not gonna get that perfect person. That's why we keep assassinating people who kind of match to be leaders. That's why people were easy and fast to assassinate Calf, that guy, Calf Cairo guy. They assassinated him just because he said, hey, hold on. Guys,
Cleophas, hey, Cleophas umeenda sana bro.
Okay, bro.
Sounding
I'll
like
hold that.
like Martin Luther. Hold up, Cleophas and Mercy. Hey.
I'll hold that.
All right, just mute your mic for a second. I want to hear from Gloria. 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 Yeah. But Cleophas, you had some very good points. Just that you decided to repeat yourself, but you had some very extremely good points. Mercy, were you done? I think Gloria is missing in action. Let's get rid of Gloria. Mercy. All right. Mercy. Go ahead, Mariam. Mariam, people say I'm keeping you here because you have been planted by the government. Is that true?
Well, hey, guys are paranoid out here. I've seen that I'm NIS, Maras G, I'm your, what have they called me? There's something, spanner girl.
Sugar baby.
I wanted to address these guys are so paranoid. Mercy, please, this was for you, and it's a very quick one before the next speaker comes in, and I'm going to even throw myself under the bus while saying this. The reason why people are asking what's your plan or what's next is because as you are shooting down the finance bill, for example, we're able to do it, but we never asked ourselves what next. So the president had already asked himself what next, and he went on and took a loan. So we are going to pay for that loan whether we like it or not. So the what next question is actually a very important question. And when you have a leader who is giving you some kind of, we'll cover those what next questions, then it means you won't make a misstep. Just right now, when you're saying Ruto must go and peace must go, there's someone who is ahead of you with the what next, but you don't have the answer to the what next. The person who has that what next answer is the one who is going to take over this whole, not even the movement, they're going to steer the direction of where people are going to head. So what next is very important. I also ignored that question initially, but I now see the importance of asking yourself after we achieve this, what happens next? Someone is up there with a checkmate. You've not thought ahead, but someone has already thought ahead of you. So yeah, I wanted to tell Mercy that, Kibe. Ikibe, I'm done.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Gloria.
Hello? Oh, okay. So for me, my first point is on this issue of anarchy and we are going to become like Congo and become like whoever else. Those people got there when already the country was in anarchy. the presence of a leader. You could have a president, but you're in anarchy. It doesn't mean power is symbolic, is metaphoric about what people do. So you are there stealing from citizens. You don't care. You don't have feelings about what they're going through. You are gaslighting citizens, telling them, oh, bread, diabetes. And that thing of bread historically has been used, and it has always led to a revolution. It has always led to a revolution. Matters bread. So basically, we are not saying bread. When you tell people bread will give you diabetes, you simply means you don't care about the basic needs of people. That is food. So history, anarchy, and whatnot. Look at it this way. Kick polio out of Kenya. That is something that people did, I don't know, in the 90s. Most countries have kicked polio. Right now in hospitals, we don't have vaccines. Watu wakianza kupata polio saizi watu wanalema. Isn't that anarchy? In this century, this is, which year are we in? 2024. Kenya ndo ikuwe na watu walemavu. Something that could have been avoided. There are no drugs, there are no vaccines in hospitals. What other anarchy are we looking at? People don't have jobs. People are suffering. What other anarchy are we looking at? So let's not take things literally. Let's not take things literally. When people say Ruto must go, it's symbolic for a dirty system. And he is the head of that system. So we are saying, personally, I'm saying it. And if someone doesn't want Ruto to go or feels like it's going nowhere, it's fine. It's a free world. But let us not dictate to people what they want. If you're okay, or even if you're not okay, but you think it will fail, it's fine. The same way people thought reject finance bill was going to fail. It's the same way somebody else, kama yako ilikuwa reject finance bill, ndio hiyo imeenda, wewe sasa umeshuka. It's okay. It's okay. We don't have to fight one another over what things people want. It is fine. Yeah, nobody should force another one. And we are here insisting on leadership, leadership, leadership. They went leaderless with the reject finance bill. Didn't it fall? So why are we insisting on things? All these things are metaphoric, are symbolic, because once people have leaders that are recognized, that have certain authority, that are seen, when these people go and negotiate on your behalf, what if what they're negotiating is not what you wanted? What if they are bought and then for their own interest benefit and you have not benefited? That's how the movement gets legitimized. Because now if you decide, okay, they've gone there, served their own interest, you're going to the streets, you'll be told, but your leaders negotiated. What are you doing on the streets? So even the street thing, there are many ways of protesting. Even the street things, it's an individual who decides. Yeah, somebody could shout, could spend the whole night here on space telling people, go to the street, mobilize, mobilize. No, but as an individual, you look at it, is it a worthy cause? Is it something worth taking me to the streets? So many things have happened, and not always do people take to the streets. Others go, others will not. We've had so many issues. It's not just the reject finance bill. We've had children dying in school. But you will see a mother leave, go to the street. Other mothers will come, but not every mother will go to the street to support that mother. So at the end of the day, we are doing exactly the same things that you are gaslighting Gen Zs for. Why are we speaking for them? Why are we insisting, oh, we must have leaders? As you can have your leaders. You can choose them. If someone wants leaders, then they can pick leaders. And let those who want to be leaderless remain leaderless. All these theories, conspiracy theories, that it could be this one, I don't know, deciding it could be Ruto. But we all know, it's not a secret. Even this girl called, I don't know, Shalilo here, at the same time, kwani she's a ghost, she's everywhere. Ako hapa kwa Ndukibe, I can assure you, because I did a test, if there's space somewhere else, She's there. So the government is there listening to the things that we say. It's not like they don't know what we are saying. It's not like they won't come up with all manner of strategies to legitimize the movement. They've been doing it, but people have been moving on. On the issue of Otero, that tells you why, if you look at people as your leaders, then you end up being disappointed. He wasn't my leader. So what he decides to do is within his right. I mean, let's keep on remembering it's a free world. It's a free world. People at the end of the day make their own individual decisions. If he decided to host Ruto, fine. If there are people unhappy with it, then they move on. If there are those who support it, move on with him. I mean, it's just simply that. For me, I'm not going to stop her unless systems change. Many things are going wrong. Many things are going so wrong. I'm unwell myself, but because I can't get that treatment in Kenya, you have to go look for it somewhere. You have to ask people who are kuchangie. You literally become a beggar in this country when you get a chronic illness. What kind of life is that? Isn't that already anarchy? So for me, I'm already living in anarchy. Kuchangiwa kuombaomba pesa for you just to get treatment. What kind of a country are we living in? Because there are no equipments, misdiagnosis, left, right, center. Is that a country? Is that something we are proud of and say we are happy about it? So as a citizen, the constitution enshrines a right for you. Even hiyo kitu ya protest, it's enshrined in the constitution. And we must...
Gloria. It doesn't matter what you say. Yeah, all this outrage is good, but who's going to fight for you?
I am fighting for myself, and that is why I continue to say Ruto must go. That is my responsibility as a citizen to hold.
Who came up? Okay, hold up. And you guys need to understand who I am. Maybe you don't understand who I am. I might need to reintroduce myself to you so that you guys can know who the fuck I am. Hold up, Gloria. Don't say anything, because this means conception that I am flowing with one side over another side. No, I am a truth seeker. I have been a truth seeker from the day one. There's no sides. There are no sides here. What is the truth? That's it. So when I'm asking you, you want all these good things to happen for you, and it's good. And I know you guys keep talking about leaderless, but that's a lie. That's a lie from the devil, from the deepest, darkest pit of the devil. And the person is telling you, keep screaming that we are leaderless. But the instructions are coming from somewhere every day. So all I was doing today, and I've been here for, I think, 4 hours. Yeah, and Gloria, maybe you need to understand this. All I was doing today is this, making sure that you, Gen Z, every time you get your instructions, make sure you're getting instructions from somebody who's with you, not somebody who's using you. Because the movement is powerful as long as the Gen Z are on the seat. If Gen Z are not on the seat, then it's going to be led by Guaido, it's going to be led by Okia Omtata, it's going to be led by Boniface Mwangi, it's going to be led by anyone who comes in and touches Gen Z's emotions. They are going to install him as their temporary leader, and that person is going to use that movement for whatever it is that he wants to use it for. So yes, I get that. I get that you guys want to say that you're leaderless and you're all this less. They are good. But what you are right now is just a movement that is going to be used for evil whenever anybody.
Don't they know themselves?
But we have seen it.
Don't they know why this? Okay, if you already know who those people are because you're mentioning them, so why are you asking leaders or where they're getting? If that's what you think, that these are the people they're getting are giving instructions, then already you know who the leaders are. Then what's the point of asking who are the leaders? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
So my point for you, and maybe because if you had taken time to listen, you'd have understood what I said. My point to you is this: even when I joined the revolution, and I said I'm putting my weight behind the reject the finance bill, right? Because I said even on that day that as long as this is a movement that is being led by Gen Z, then I'm putting my weight behind it. But if it is going to be led by people like from my era, then it is the same bullshit movement we've seen over and over again, because people of my era are bullshit people. You've heard me say that. So it's not that I have a problem with the movement. I just want the movement to remain as organic as possible. But when I see people from my era using the movement, then if I talk, is there a problem, Gloria?
Did I say there was a problem? You see, you are saying things and then you're claiming I'm the one who is not listening. All these words that I've said, is there a moment that I said, Kibe, you have a problem? Or there is a problem somewhere? No, I did not say that. I simply said, let live and let live. Let people decide for themselves, because this is an individual decision. When a citizen decides to hold government accountable, it is an individual decision. It's their right and it is their responsibility. So me, Gloria, as a taxpayer, that is what I'm moving with, that the system has to be overhauled.
No, Gloria, Gloria, that's not right. That's not right. Because Gloria, you are told which day to go to town. So let's have a convo. Let's have a convo. So you are told which day to go to town, right? You are told which hashtag to put. So when you're saying you've made as an individual, you made a decision, you didn't make any decision. You just follow it. There are decisions that you made.
Made a decision to put that hashtag. Nobody comes, holds my hands, take my phone, and then puts that hashtag. There are many hashtags that have been pushed, but I don't always go with them. I go with the one that
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you 100%, Gloria. On that point, you have a good point on that one. The strong point. In fact, I have nothing more to say. Unless Karua wants to say something.
Yeah, like there are these hashtags that I don't know, gaslight or bully Charlene Ruto. I don't believe in such things. So I wouldn't do that. As Gloria, she's a human being. She has her own thinking and thoughts. So she puts them on social media the same way I put them on social media. If I don't agree with them, it doesn't mean I insult her and call her names. She's a human being created by God. Nobody told God, this is how I want to be created. So I am a rational-minded person. I look at that which I agree with and resonates with me that I think is right. I don't just follow the crowd.
Hey, Kibe, can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Before I say anything, I just want to commend you because actually the reason I like jumping onto your space is it's of all the spaces that are around, at least you're balanced enough, you give divergent thoughts, and kudos for that. Today's topic, back to reality. Me, I'll talk of two things. Conflict of interest bill, the one that's in the Senate, and Okiya Omtatah. But before I get to that, I had you had a back and forth with KOP, and he was trying to say that you jumped in to the movement, Geoquasion, and what have you, and that's the beef I've had with this whole movement. Like, let's be honest. Most of the influencers that jumped onto it, or anybody who has like big presence in social media, they were basically told, we will cancel you if you don't join in. And not that you just don't join in. If you don't join in and say exactly this and join in from this point of view. So let's not cloak this whole thing as noble. There are people in there that are pushing it. And actually, like I said, Jana, I jumped into Nani's Americ's space, and honestly, 30 minutes in and I was out, because it's basically an echo chamber. If you have divergent views, you are shouted down. No one listens to you. Because like right now, like even when I'm done talking, this guy is an AIS, this guy is a government operative, and I think even Mariam gets that a lot. Miriam, you can probably confirm that, because there's an issue with people talking sense or basically giving another point of view. And I keep wondering, if this is a revolution, why are you so afraid of another person's point of view? I would have thought, for example, me, I usually say, a very unpopular opinion. I was actually for the finance bill. I'm actually pro Ruto. In 2027, I will wake up very early and vote for him. And I give reasons why I'll do that, or why I hold a specific opinion. And all the discussions I've had, I've really, actually, I've not seen anyone convince me otherwise. So if it's really a revolution, declare your stand, make it public, give the opposing view a chance to critique you. Whoever has a better view, I mean the better opinion wins, and then you can jump onto that. But they are so afraid of that. I don't know why. Now back to the topic today. Let me start with the conflict of interest bill. From the word go, I said I don't necessarily believe in what the movement was for, but I will fight for their right to be on the street. Frankly, I would want them to be on the street every day, because with them being on the street every day, scrutiny is on government. And if they were going to do any hanky-panky, they cannot do it because of that scrutiny. And I believe even them being on the street, and my point of view, at the end of the day, we both want the same thing. There's convergence of thought. We want a better Kenya. How to get to that is where we differ. But the end point, it's more or less the same thing. When I got in on the first day, I said I called attention to an act of parliament of 2016. It's called the Access to Information Act. And I said that's more powerful to fight for a better Kenya than going on the street any day. Because with that, you can, for example, everyone is on about Sudi. With that act, with the law, it actually says that if you have information or someone has an information, whether they are public or private, that curtails your freedom, you have the right to seek that information, whether it's public or private. Now, everyone is on about Sudi and corruption and what have you. With that act, you can actually go and check for his income all through the 15 years he's been in parliament. And you can actually match to the donations he's given. And then if let's say he's earned 100 million the last 15 years in being there, and he's donated 500 million, then you can ask, my friend, where is this 400 million extra you've gotten? And the only thing the only assets that you have declared are fees. Where do you get this extra amount of money? Legally, you can do that. Now, the bill that has been mutilated by Sifuna and Olekina, and for some reason, they don't get any beef with that. It's basically so insidious that you're basically, Gen Zs are fighting the system. That bill actually infuses a cancer into the system. I'll give you a real life example. Let's say you're an MP, you sit in the infrastructure committee. There's a road somewhere in deep rural Marsabit that is going to be constructed in the next 3 years. With that information, that's privilege, that's not accessible to any other Kenyan, you can go in there, get 100 million loan, buy, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of acres all along that road. And because it's nowhere in Kenya, the rates are very cheap. And then by the virtue of your sitting on that committee, then you can push government to allocate money towards that road. 3 years down the line, you bought an acre at 50K. The government comes and compensates you for for $1 million an acre. And you become a billionaire instantaneously. That is legal right now. But with that bill, that is legal. Now, the interesting bit, I said access to the power in the act, in the Access to Information Act. That bill that Olekina and Sifuna have just pushed through and basically mutilated, basically says Access to Information Act of 2016, it basically does not longer play. That right now, everyone, be it a civil servant or elected leader, at the beginning of the financial year, you have to declare your assets. And I think your spouses and those close to you. Because that's what basically is used to see or to show that you've been corrupt or you've gained wealth beyond your means. That has been mutilated. That is no longer a case. And that's why that act is so insidious. It has basically legalized corruption in Kenya. And nobody is talking about it. And that thing will mess us big time. Why is it so? Probably because those guys are in Azimio. That's my take. Because I'm sure if Kimani Ichung'wah pushed that bill, they would be fine in Kenya right now. But because it's Ole Kina and Sifuna, nothing. And Omunde, I hope Omunde is listening because he said he's on TikTok. Me, I'm not on TikTok. I hope he's listening. I hope he amplifies that and gets out to the TikTok guys, because at least I know them. They can amplify it. Now let's go back to my final point. Okay, Mtata. It's going to be a very interesting few months on here, because right now apparently everyone says Gen Zs they are leaderless and what have you, but they are coalescing around Omtata. I don't know whether it's by design or it's organic. It doesn't matter. But slowly, he's going to get built up by Gen Zs. If you look at the demographics, or rather the analysis of voting in Kenya, if you are young and radical, most probably you tend to vote Azimio. Gen Zs are young and radical. So who of the two biggest political formations in Kenya, who do you think is going to hemorrhage votes? It's the guys that tend to attract young and radical voters. Those are the ones who are going to move to Okiya Omtata's party. And that's Azimio. And when the mongrels are let loose on Okiya, the feasting will be glorious. And that's when you realize just how vacuous the movement is. Again, my solution to a better Kenya: Access to Information Act of 2016. If you say Sudi is corrupt, go after him. Use that act. Then you can audit him. And you can actually present that in a court of law and have him jailed. But going to the streets, it's good photo ops and what have you, but at the end of the day, will it deliver the results? And again, I keep asking, why is it Ole Kina and Sifuna have just mutilated that act, infused a cancer into the Kenyan system, and nobody's talking about it? That's all for today.
Thank you, Karwe. Appreciate that. And you see, this is hold up, Liro, or maybe Liro just jump on this, and maybe you can assist me in my thinking. You see now what Nani is talking about, Karwe is talking about. He's talking about the issues. Okay. Now everybody has very weighty issues. Everyone has an issue that is huge. It's too much. It's too much to deal with on this level. It's too much, because who's going to follow it up? Well, it sounds good when everybody sits here and complains, but who's going to follow it up? Who's going to make sure that some of these issues that we have are sorted, or at least followed up to their the conclusive end? What's up, Karwe?
Okay, now that's the contradiction again. I keep saying with this movement. You are willing to go die on the street, like literally. You can see how like those young guys throw themselves at like those water canisters and the tear gas and what have you.